Good morning. Welcome, Peter, Cheryl, Brandy, Allen, to the regular board meeting of the Kirkwood Meadows Public Utility District. I hereby call this meeting to order, and the time is 8 o'clock. Michael, do you have some announcements?
Yeah, welcome to the Kirkwood Meadows Public Utility District Board of Directors, regularly scheduled. This meeting will be followed by the KMPUD Public Facilities Corporation meeting with the same board members. This meeting is being fed live over the air via the net, so if customers would like to make comments, they can email me at msharp@kmpud.com, and I will forward these to the president for at appropriate comments. Today we will have Michelle Gamble from RCI and Dave Wrightley calling in, and then at 9 o'clock Kevin Smith from Braun Legal. And that's all my comments.
Great. And Peter, you want to call the roll?
Sure. Wickard? Here. Andy? Here. O'Grady?
Here.
Dornberg here. And Epstein? Epstein here. Okay. We got a full board.
So item 4 is oral communications. This is an opportunity for the members of the public to address the board on non-agenda items relating to district business. No action can be taken. Are there any? Hearing none, we'll move on to item 5. There's a consent calendar, excuse me, an agenda in the board package. Do any members of the board want to pull any consent items at this point? So with that, we'll move to 6. I would look for a motion to adopt the consent calendar.
I move to adopt the consent calendar. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. So moving on to agenda item 8A, discussion and possible action regarding the design, timeline, bidding process, costs, and construction activities associated with the Out Valley Power Line project. I think we'll start with Michelle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Michelle, welcome. Thanks for joining us on Saturday morning.
Well, good morning, and I apologize for not being there in person. This last month, we have been spending a lot of time doing some pre-construction meetings and coordination meetings. We've had a bunch of coordination and rescheduling of a very important meeting with PG&E and our overhead contractor to review the micropile foundation design. We had a pre-meeting conference call last Thursday, and we went over PG&E's initial comments with not only Wilson and Crux, their subcontractor, but also Thomas & Betts, the pole manufacturer. And from that meeting, we've given Wilson and Crux some direction as far as some additional information that PG&E and our design team would like to see. We have a face-to-face meeting set up for next Wednesday in Sacramento. So that's going to be a very key meeting. The way that we have this organized is that we're going to have Crux and Wilson and Exponential and myself and PG&E folks there in person. And by providing Crux and Wilson the comments ahead of time, we're optimistic that we're going to be able to resolve any final outstanding differences on the micropile design on Wednesday and be able to get that design that is being provided to us from the contractor, get that finalized and the final micropile IFC drawings out so that our contractor can start. Right now they're scheduled to start on May 9th. And so we're very, very optimistic about that. We also have submitted, as I discussed at the last couple meetings, I think we submitted Wilson's proposed clearances to PG&E in early January. Unfortunately, we received word last week that the clearances for work along the 12 kV line were denied by PG&E. Now, this denial is just an initial denial, and what they're saying is that they want some additional information. PG&E is very concerned whenever there are clearances and outage along power lines. They look at the number of minutes of those clearances, and so we have, at PG&E's direction, we have followed up with Wilson to provide some additional information. We're going to have a further discussion with Wilson and Crux at next Wednesday's meeting as well on the clearances and provide PG&E's outage team with some additional information so that we can narrow down the length of time of those clearances and move forward to get at least some clearances for Wilson and Crux during their construction. And then we're also going to discuss alternatives, what we can do if we're not allowed to have a clearance on the line. Do we set up temporary generators? What do we do to make sure that Wilson and Crux can perform their work in a safe manner?
Michelle, Michelle, this is
Yeah.
Eric. Can you explain what does clearance mean in this context?
A clearance is where we actually essentially turn the power off on that line. So we have the existing 12 kilovolt line that runs from Salt Springs over to Bear River, and it serves PG&E's hydro facilities, but it also serves several cabins up in the Bear River area. And since our power line is very close to that existing 12 kV line, when we're doing things like using helicopters to fly in equipment or fly in tower sections, because we're so close to that line, what we've asked for is for that line to be turned off, essentially, to allow our contractor to go in there and work without having to work next to a live power line. So that's what the clearance means.
So clearance is an outage.
I read it as physical
It's an
clearance.
outage, correct.
Yeah. Okay.
They use the term clearance. I know it was took me a little bit to understand. I mean, they're clearing the power from the line. So
I see. Okay. Thanks.
we've also been following up with the Forest Service regarding the Spotted Owl LOP and the Fire POW variants. We've had some really positive news from the Forest Service regarding the Spotted Owl LOP. They have followed up with the same variants, I guess, that we received last year for work around the King and Green substation. The King and Green substation is right on the periphery of the buffer zone of the Protected Activity Center. And last year we were able to get the Forest Service to say that we were able to work in that area within the limited operating period, so it did not affect our construction operations. They've given us that clearance as well this year, and so we're able to do all the work on the substation and work on 3 of the towers that are immediately adjacent to the substation that are within that buffer zone within the limited operating period. Additionally, we asked the Forest Service to look at some key sections along the 34-5 line to see if we could have them do a more intensive survey, essentially a tree-by-tree survey within the quarter-mile buffer zone from the power line. And if they do not find nests, if they would clear that section of the power line for construction. And so the Forest Service right now is considering that, and their initial discussions is that they're going to be able to do that. What we've done is we've asked them to start at the Bear River side, where there are fewer trees, and work up the hill back towards KM Green. Our reasoning for doing that was we thought that we would be able to clear we have a very finite amount of time that the Forest Service can do work through the Spotted Owl survey, and so we wanted to get the biggest bang for our buck. So we picked an area where there were fewer trees, where we felt that it was these are areas where the contractor last year completed some of the reinforced concrete pier foundations, so they would be able to set towers earlier on in the construction season. We've asked the Forest Service to see if they could clear all the way from Bear River Reservoir up to the line shack, which is about 16 or 17 tower structures. They're not sure that they're going to be able to do that amount of work in the time that they have, but they're going to get as much done as they can. So we're really optimistic that we're going to be able to have the contractors start working on a very large section of the 34-5 line prior to the August 15th deadline. So I'm very appreciative that the Forest Service is working so well with us on that. We've also already conducted our required goshawk survey. We have a very small section of goshawk area along the underground line. There were no goshawks nesting there last year, and they found that there are no goshawks nesting in this area this year, so we're cleared to work on that section of the underground line. And then we have also conducted the initial peregrine falcon survey. This is for the area that's over by Salt Springs. Last year, there have always been peregrine falcons that have been nesting in the general vicinity. Last year, they actually nested on the face of the dam at Salt Springs, and that put our first tower structure 01, within the buffer zone. The initial survey has indicated that there is a pair of falcons in the area, but they've not been able to determine where they're nesting yet. So they're going out next week again to see if they can determine where they're nesting. The falcons have nested both on the face of the dam and on the rocks on the far side of the dam. If they're on the far side of the dam, we're good. If they're on the face of the dam, we'll have to have further discussions with the Forest Service to see exactly where they're nesting and the timing of our activities. The Forest Service was not, I can't say that they were overly concerned because we're right on the periphery. So I'm thinking that, we probably have some flexibility even if they're nesting on the dam as long as they're not on the close side of the dam to the power line work. So we've been very busy with all of these environmental surveys over the last month. We're going to start, our sub-consultant's going to start our spotted owl surveys where they go out and they try and call the owls at night. They're going to be starting those in hopefully about 2 to 3 weeks. They're waiting for the ground to be clear so they can walk around and drive the roads and get that done. But we're following up with them weekly to make sure, assess the site conditions and get them out as early as we can. We're also working with the Forest Service on the variance and exceptions for the PAL fire restrictions. As you recall, last year we were able to get an exemption for the underground work, and we're going to request the same exemption this year. Most of the underground work takes place on paved roads, either in 88 or on Bear River Road. We have a minor section that's on a Forest Service road. And then the work that we have on Forest Service land is essentially just setting sectionalizing cabinets and pulling cable, so it's very low fire risk work. And so we're very optimistic the Forest Service is going to grant us that exemption again. With the other project components, we are asking for variances and or exemptions again, but what we're doing is we're breaking out each individual segment of work. So like on the overhead, we have various activities that are going to take place, and the different activities have different levels of fire risk. The excavation is one type of risk where we have equipment out on the site and out on the ground where they could strike a boulder with a bucket and have a spark and start a fire. So that's one level of activity. We'll provide the Forest Service with a list of equipment and fire mitigation measures for that activity. When they're setting towers, that's a different activity. We'll have helicopters, we'll have people on the ground. The helicopters will all have access to buckets, and if there's any water in Bear River Reservoir or Springs, to pull water out of these reservoirs and use those for fire protection. And then stringing cables is a whole different activity. And the same with the substation. With the Cane Green substation, most of the work that we're doing is on bare mineral soil, so there's very low fire risk. So we're putting that packet of information together with the Forest Service right now, and we should have that off to them in about a week and a half, and then be able to get those variances in place prior to the start of construction. We're also working with Rick Hobson, the Amador County Ranger, to set up a meeting with him, the project manager, and then Rick's boss, Lawrence Crabtree, to discuss the project, just kind of in preparation of making sure Lawrence is up to speed on the project, the criticalness of the timing of our construction activities. We are concerned about fire danger on the forest this year, so we want to make sure that the Forest Service, they've been very good to work with us. We've been very responsive to their requests. We just want to continue that great relationship and make sure that if the Forest Service has a concern about fire risk, what can we do to mitigate it so that the project isn't shut down, the forest isn't shut down, and we can keep our project going. So the Forest Service was really pleased to be able to have us come in and meet with them and give their bosses more information. I don't have a date yet from Rick Hobson as far as when that meeting is going to take place, but I followed up with him last week, and it's back to the top of his calendar to get that set up. We've met with PG&E on some final questions PG&E had on the overhead project. There were 7 items that were outstanding, and we've addressed all of those items. And the final integrated plan set, Dave, I don't know, did it go out yesterday? I didn't see if it went out yesterday on my emails. But
It did not, I don't think, but it's going
okay,
on.
well,
Yeah, sort of.
okay, so the final, the integrated set that addresses all of PG&E concerns will be out. We've been having some final discussions with PG&E on the substations. There were essentially two items that PG&E and our design team was still negotiating. One had to do with an enunciator, the inclusion of an enunciator on the KMPUD side of the control building. And then there was some discussions going on the racking that's going on the PG&E side of the building. And we should have those items finally buttoned up within about a week. We're working on the draft bill of sales for portions of the power line that are going to be deeded over to PG&E. We worked with your legal counsel to come up with a sample bill of sale when we developed the interconnection agreement. We're taking that document now and incorporating the final design of or description of the design of the items that are going to be deeded over to PG&E. PG&E, they have an existing easement with the Forest Service, so what we'll have to do is we're providing an amendment to that easement for consideration by the Forest Service and PG&E, and then PG&E will final that document. The bill of sale will be finalized. These are all activities that have to take place prior to the start of interconnection operations, and because sometimes these review periods with the Forest Service and PG&E take a while, we wanted to make sure that going into the first of summer that we have all of these documents done and ready to be signed when the project's ready to come online. And then lastly, we are gearing up for the start of construction. We have our pre-construction meeting set up for Q&D next Thursday. We're going to include a site visit down to Bear River Reservoir and assess the current conditions. Q&D's initial plan was to start excavation down on Bear River Road around April 1st, and if the site conditions are favorable, that's what they're going to be doing. We're going to be also having a pre-construction meeting on the overhead and then the substation project in early to mid-April, and because all of those activities are going to start late April and early May. So our winter is done, and we're gearing back up for construction. I provided an updated schedule, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Michelle, this is Eric again. I have two questions. One is, are any of the design refinements being done with PG&E likely to result in any additional costs to us? And also, is there a status update on the potential request or demand from PG&E for additional fees? Michael, I guess will answer that.
Regarding potential for additional costs, yes, there are. When we're looking at PG&E's request for an enunciator on our side of the building, that is not something that we've had in our design, and our design team does not feel that it is technically required, and we have other means and methods by which we can solve Dave can explain this way better than I can, but other means and methods by which we can complete the same task without having an enunciator. PG&E requires an enunciator on their side, which we've had to do, but if we have to come back and put in an enunciator on our side, we'll have additional design and additional expense for that. We're talking, a couple $1,000. It's not a huge item. We are on a positive side. We're working with PG&E on the lease line. That was an expense to the district, and the way that we see the lease line, this is something that we've been asked for the district to lease, or we've been asked by PG&E to have the district lease this. We see this as an O&M item, and because the district will be paying PG&E a monthly cost of ownership charge and O&M charge, we feel that the lease line ought to be a part of that. And so we're really pushing PG&E to come back and confirm our position that this lease line is not an additional expense to the district, but it's part of the expense that the district has already agreed to. So that could be a potential savings. I'm sorry, and Eric, the other part of your question?
Michael will address that other part. Thanks, Michelle.
Michelle, this is Bob. I'm just trying to get a sense of the cooperation between PG&E and us, because you could read your memo that they're slow to respond and then just say no. Should I read it that way, or?
No, we have, we're working really well with PG&E. There are members of their design team that are more reluctant to deviate from PG&E standards than others. So we have to, in some instances, we have to go higher up in the PG&E command level to express to them that, this is the district substation, it's not PG&E substation. And so while PG&E may want it designed and operated differently, it's not their call, it's the district's call. And so we have to continually remind people that, it's not a PG&E substation, it's a district substation. We've had to do that on the power line on certain things and make sure that PG&E understands there's certain things that they don't have any say over. And so that's been a little difficult, I think, for our design team and for PG&E, is that there is a line that says, this is ours and that's yours. And so I have to say that the higher-ups that we've been meeting with weekly at PG&E, they've been very responsive. They've been they take our questions and then they really work hard to get us answers. It's been a little slow to get information back on the cost. That's been, I think, one of the biggest frustrations for us is just getting more detail on the cost from PG&E.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle, I have a question about some schedule items. This 8-year project has got about 8 months left, where, we
Yes.
should be turning on electricity by November. And so the question is, given the overall schedule, is there anything that you see at this point that would be in the way of that happening? And can you also address FERC approval process and timing?
Sure. FERC approval, I'll address that one. FERC approval process and timing is done. So we have no additional outstanding approvals that are left. So we are good to go. What we're doing is we've gone through the interconnection agreement, and we have a list of items that must be completed prior to the start of interconnection operations. And so we're working with PG&E to make sure that those items are all ready to go. As soon as we're ready to start interconnection operations, we can sign the final deed of sale, we can sign the final easement, and so that there's not going to be any delay getting that going, having all those documents ready to go. Regarding the schedule, the biggest issue that I see for potential out there for delays is fire risk. If the Forest Service, if the fire danger becomes so high on the forest that the Forest Service shuts down the forest, it would impact our project. We would not be able to complete work on the overhead line. I don't know whether that is going to be a reality or not, but the Forest Service has mentioned it to us. They brought it up to us in the meeting, and they said if that directive comes down, they have very little flexibility to allow for exemptions. So that's the biggest thing right now that's hanging out in my mind. We have some risk with the auto-finished material, but we've done everything we can with our vendors to ensure that they have the material delivered in an adequate time frame that will give the contractor flexibility to get their manpower and get the foundations ready for the transformers. All of the contractors that we interviewed in the substation process had enough flexibility in their schedule that if the substations, the transformers didn't arrive July 1st, that they arrive July 31st, that's not going to impact the schedule. If it pushed out to August 31st, that would crunch the schedule. So there's some slight risk with the OFM, but I don't see that as a big risk.
Thank you. Any other questions of the board before we open it up to the public? Any questions, comments, concerns? I'm sure there are concerns. among the public on this part of the agenda? Actually, I should probably let you go first, Michael. You had a part 2, I think, of this agenda item.
To respond to Eric's question about the PG&E cost overruns, after significant delays, Harold Taylor of PG&E has invited the district to a meeting in Sacramento to discuss the potential cost overruns and a resolution. This meeting is going to be held on March 26th. One of the reasons for the delay is that Harold needs to present the resolution, his proposed resolution, to 2 vice presidents for approval. I have questioned this approach and requested to hold a preliminary meeting in advance of his going to his vice presidents so that the district can give input. The request is now being considered. Up to this point, PG&E has been unwilling to discuss the overage or their resolution. There's going to be some sort of a resolution that he's presenting before his vice presidents, and I would just like to have the district have input on that resolution before it goes to the vice presidents, comes back, presents it to us, and we say, you forgot to carry the 0 or something like that, and have to go back to the vice presidents and not prolong this anymore. So I've made that request into Bob Daniels, who works for Harold, and we'll see how that goes. But right now, we do have a meeting, at least it's on March 26th, for that preliminary resolution. Questions on that?
Will you want one of us to be at that meeting?
Well, what I would like is to have a preliminary meeting
Yeah.
where they present it to me.
Right.
And then based on that presentation, just like we've talked about before, then I would like, if that presentation goes anywhere other than positive, to have members of the board present.
Okay, so I'll put the 26th on aside.
Great.
In case. Okay.
Who are the vice presidents? Do you know their names?
No. It's a vice president, I think, of transmission, and then a vice president for the group that Mike Tannenbaum works for, which is like general customer service kind of people. But I don't know their names. Actually, they were stated to me, but I just don't remember them.
So do you want to cover the ITCC
Yeah.
memo?
So the district has received a preliminary memo from James Boyd of Barclay, Chronic, and Shanahan defining the district's ITCC tax issue. The memo basically confirms our understanding of the tax, the use of the 2 different multipliers, soft costs, and when the tax rate is triggered. No surprises here. Nothing that we didn't see in the white paper from PG&E. The next steps is to determine if PG uses these principles in their approach, and to object to any changes that do not follow tax guidelines. Same goes with the operating and maintenance charges from PG&E. The district will need to carefully review and object to any one-time charges, etc. We may have more latitude on O&M charges than we do on tax issues.
So if I read this correctly, the 22% applies to expenditures that we made prior to 2014, which we then deed over to PG&E, and that 34 applies to expenditures we make in 2014 and deed to PG&E. My suspicion and understanding is that most of our expenditures will be, for PG&E, will be 2014. Is that
Yeah, it's
inaccurate?
broken out on our,
Okay.
and that's only if Congress does not pass that accelerated depreciation covenant, which increases the tax rate from 34 to 22. So there is they passed it for this year, and they typically don't pass it in advance of the year. They pass it for the year during the year. So if they pass the accelerated depreciation schedule, then the tax would actually go down to 22% for us.
And when do they typically pass that? What month?
Last time I think they passed it in September.
So we have a shot at 22%,
Yes.
but we probably have to be budgeting the majority of PG&E expenditures at 34%.
As we have.
And that's what's in the spreadsheet now.
Yes.
Just for your information, Ron Wyden's the chair of the Finance Committee, so I'm seeing him in a week. I'll ask him.
Oh,
If you
great.
give me enough information, I'll at least inquire and find out from the Finance Committee what their plans are.
Perfect. As far as the Russ supplemental loan, the district continues to work with Russ on the $8 million supplemental loan. Howard Barnes and staff have been in constant contact with Russ and anticipate the loan being forwarded to the approval committees shortly, with potential administration approval within 2 weeks. So I think we've done a good job answering their questions. And if you have further questions on that, I think we are in good shape at this point with Russ supplemental. They've had a lot of questions for us, but that's understandable. As far as the schedule, in your packet on page 10 is a preliminary construction schedule for the balance of the year with the, as Michelle mentioned, the April 1st start date for the underground, the August 15th completion of the 115, September 27th completion of the 34K, the September 12th completion of KM Blue, September 26th completion of KM Green, and the November 1st official startup. This is less than 8 months away, 237 days, 14 hours, not that we're counting. And, and that concludes my report on the Out Valley project.
Any questions?
I understand the ITCC taxes. I guess it's reasonably black and white, I guess, was the law is. Whereas the O&M isn't necessarily. I thought we had engaged someone, an attorney, who has experience in these matters, who would help us negotiate with PG&E. Is that not the case?
Well, we have, his memo is in the packet. We asked him to do 2 things for us, actually 3 things. One is to review the white paper by PG&E and confirm what it stated, which he's done. And that
Was the person who wrote the memo, I thought he was part of Shanahan's office?
he is part of Shanahan's office. That's who we retained. His name
Oh.
is Jim Boyd.
Oh, I didn't realize he was part of Shanahan's
Right.
office, okay.
The second thing is to do
Of
is to,
council.
Oh, he's of council.
is to look at PG&E's work as we go through this and to ensure that they're following the tax rules. And the third thing is the O&M charges. And I think, from what Bob and I worked with Tannenbaum earlier, is that we have a lot more, or maybe PG&E has a lot more latitude on what they can include in O&M and what they don't. We've already had things pulled out of O&M because we argue that they're one-time costs and they shouldn't be included in like
Right.
engineering costs.
Like their reviews of our substation.
Should not be having, shouldn't have an O&M cost to
Right.
it. Like, so engineering costs,
Right.
spotted owl reviews, these type of things shouldn't have an O&M factor. However, rightfully so, something like the maintenance of a tower should have an O&M factor.
Any other questions, comments from the board? From the audience? Alan?
Michelle, this is Alan. Given our fabulous weather, low snowpack, and the potential for the Forest Service to shut down the forest, is there any opportunity to accelerate construction, especially on the overhead sections?
There is, with the owl, if the Forest Service is successful in either finding a nest and buffering it or clearing that section of the 34 line, we'll be able to start work on the 34.5. And what that does, that gives us more time to complete the 34.5. And if they keep their existing schedule, then they'll be able to get that section of the 34.5 done sooner than September 20th. Or it gives us flexibility in case there are days where we can't work because of fire restrictions on the overhead line. It gives us more flow. So it ends up being very positive. For the substation work, we have essentially some energization dates with PG&E September 12th and September 26th that are built into PG&E schedule, so there's not really an opportunity to accelerate the schedule for those two. We may get done with our work sooner, but we are tied into PG&E schedule on those items. The underground, it's all going to depend. I know Q&D wants to get in and get done and get out of there as quickly as they can. And so we'll find out next week if there are opportunities that they're seeing where they can get things done quicker. But right now, after talking with Wilson, talking with Q&D, everybody feels very comfortable with the schedule at this point.
Thanks.
Any other questions, comments, concerns?
I guess I'll just add a follow-on to Alan's. PG&E also has to redo the drops, and that they're subject to the fire restrictions as well. So, or would they not be because of the type of work they're doing?
We're doing a portion of the cutover work,
Uh-huh.
and so that's our stuff. If they do fall under the power restrictions as well. It did affect their work last year, so if it's a construction activity, not a maintenance type activity, they would be restricted as we are.
Okay, and do we have insight into making sure they're as aggressive as we are?
Yes, yes.
Thanks.
And excuse me, let me elaborate. This is Dave. Our contractor, as Michelle said, will be actually installing the drops. PG&E will be on site in kind of an inspection role, but Wilson will actually be doing all construction work. Therefore, I think any work we can do with Wilson related to the POW and being able to manage fire risk will allow us to get the drops done.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Thanks.
Anything else on 8A? Hearing none, we'll move on to 8B, discussion and possible approval of agreement for the KM Green substation and the KM Blue substation construction project.
This is the last major contract award, will be for the substation construction. RFPs went out on February 4th with our bid opening held on Monday, March 3rd. Dave Brightley is here today to go over the project and the bid results. Note that if the board decides to approve, this must be done by resolution, which is being passed out by Brandy at this point. So with that, I'll introduce Dave. And Dave, the general layout for KM Green is on the slide board.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, everybody. And in fact, Michael, I'm watching you on TV so I can see what drawing you have up there. I would like to start with kind of a brief overview and remind the board the construction activities for construction of the KM Green and the KM Blue. As you know, we've gone through both substations in quite a bit of detail. Michael, could you maybe go back just for a second to that previous one, the big overview? The only reason I really wanted to show that one was to remind the board that the KM Green substation grading and access road are completed and finished, and our contractor will work only within that KM Green substation pad. The only exception being that they are going to be installing a conduit from the PG&E undergo line. Let's see, it's that one right there. Over on the right-hand side of this picture that you're seeing right here is a station service pole. So our contractor will install conduit from there into the substation as our backup station service power for the station. Sorry about that, Michael. Now let's move on to the one you were just on. How about you've seen the general arrangement drawing for the KM Green substation, so I'm not going to go into great detail about it, but just so you understand, the contractor will be installing all the foundations for this equipment in this yard. Other excavation activities in the yard will be installing the ground grid, which is a series of copper cables and ground rods in and around the outside of the fence. The contractor will be installing conduits and pulling cable between the equipment into the control building. The contractor will be installing all the major equipment, the steel, the transformer, the breakers, the switches, and setting the control building, terminating the cable into the control building, and the contractor will be testing all the equipment that they've installed in the station. The contractor will also install the fence and gates. That's green. Let's talk about KM Blue a little bit now. You could switch over to that one, Michael. Over at the powerhouse, as the board has seen, the contractor will be installing the 35K to 12K transformer, which is going to be in the parking lot over there on the north side of the building. In that drawing, we also show a reactor, which tentatively had been planned to be installed adjacent to the transformer outside. As you recall, we discussed buying that reactor with a special kind of oil, which will allow us to install that inside. Our design is now changing to move that reactor inside. I'll discuss that briefly in a minute when we talk about potential cost changes. But essentially, they're going to install that transformer that you see there, the reactor. They're going to be installing that switchgear inside the dirt floor room. They'll be running conduit between all those pieces of equipment and the incoming bulb, the last bulb that Q&D installed. And there's some small conduits going to be installed from the switchgear across the powerhouse over to the south side of the powerhouse where the 12 kV switchgear is. In installing the OFM for our contractor, is built into their contract. And I want to remind the board that as per RUS guidelines, installation of the OFM and the cost of the OFM is included in their bid price. We actually set the value of the OFM in their bid. They add that to any material they supply plus their labor, resulting in total contract costs. So when we look at these total contract costs that we're going to recommend to you in this action, remember that the value of the OFM is included, and what that results in is that when we get a contractor's bond, a performance bond from the contractor, it includes the value of the OFM, which protects the district in the event that something's damaged. The bidders have a schedule for the delivery of all the OFM, and they have provided us schedules so that they can accommodate offloading and installing that OFM as we have it delivered to them. One important thing about the large OFM, there are a number of them that will require a crane to offload from the truck and set. Both transformers, one in green, one in blue, in the control building, possibly the reactor. All the contractors that were bidding, and those that we interviewed subsequently, plan to have a foundation completely ready so that when they pick that transformer up, they set it one time down on the concrete pad, and there's no more movement of that equipment. That's a typical plan we see for most substations. We'll talk about, like I said, about evaluating the bids, but first I'd like to address there are some potential cost changes even after the contract is awarded. First, I'd say a very important one is the fact that we constructed this bid package to ask the contractors to bid for excavation in soil, the expected soil that we encountered out at KM Green, and based on the soil tests we have at the powerhouse too. And then ask them to provide an optional adder price for excavation in rock. This method of bidding will allow us, for any rock we can avoid, and I'll discuss how we can avoid rock, the district will realize the savings. However, there will be situations in which we still may need to excavate through rock, and we have a mechanism to pay the contractor for that, and that would be above and beyond the cost of the contract amount that we'll discuss in this meeting. But those rates are set through the bid process. They're already analyzed and assessed. In looking at rock excavation, this specifically, by the way, the KM Green, as you can imagine, that's where we've really got some issues out there. We received the prices from the bidders, and we had interviews with 4 of the top 4 bidders, and specifically talked about these rock adders. After those first interviews, we saw that Wilson Utility Construction remained being the most responsive and low-cost bidder. So we had an additional meeting with them Thursday and created a clarification document which we finalized yesterday with them to talk about how the rock adder will be applied. In that regard, clearly the district is the one that decides if and when a rock adder is used, but we clarified that this is not talking about a piece of machine not able to drill through some loose rock or what we might call cobbles, but it's got to specifically be something like a bedrock situation, which we know there is some of that in Camp Green, but we're hopeful that we're going to miss a lot of it. There are a lot of ground rods that are 10-foot deep holes, 12-inch in diameter that have to be installed throughout the Camp Green. We have a rock adder for those. We had great discussions with Wilson about how we could shorten those and maybe add additional shorter ones that would allow us to obtain the actual ground impedance that we want and still minimize the amount of excavation and rock. There are some foundations in the substation that we would be able to move slightly. Some are set because of the equipment that's going to be installed on it. And in the event that they hit rock on some foundations, we will be able to react quickly if possible and see about letting them move it if it would allow us to avoid some rock excavation. Other potential cost changes that could occur, we did not have the final drawings for the KM Blue transformer, the KM Blue reactor, and the KM Blue switchgear. Therefore, those foundations for those pieces of equipment will be changed, and we see some cost changes there. We took a conservative approach in bidding those foundations. I feel pretty good that the cost will go down. We'll be able to show the contractor that the total amount of concrete in those foundations will be reduced. By moving the reactor inside at the KM Blue substation, we greatly reduce the amount of 35 kV cable and conduit that the contractor has to install there. So, and we've got bid prices from the contractor for such conduit. We'll be able to see a reduction there. As for schedule, I know Michael and Michelle talked about it already. I wanted to make one comment about the schedule. We do have a schedule, and the contractor that we are going to recommend has provided a detailed work schedule to show they can complete the project in time, and that includes being able to energize the KM Green substation on September 12th. One thing that gives us is a little bit of float in dealing with PG&E. We get that substation done, and we get PG&E's approval of what is needed there, and we can turn the 115 kV power on at KM Green, and in fact, turn on the transformer there without energizing the out valley line. We keep our 35 kV breaker open. What that does is allow us to continue working with Wilson finishing the 35 kV line and Q&D finishing the underground, but we won't need anything else from PG&E at that point. And that's September 12th. That certainly gives us some time to take care of issues, and when we are ready, we will energize the 35 kV ourselves.
Dave, just a question there, if I can.
Sure.
So that connects it, but there's no load, right?
The only load, that's correct. What we do is we turn that transformer on, which gives us our station service power in KM Green.
Right.
It allows us to make sure we've got all our relays working and tested, make sure that the breakers are working. And so the only load there is the little small load in the control building and in the breakers there at the substation.
Okay, and you're not proposing bringing a load bank in or something? Just...
No. The first time we turn on the out valley, we proposed that we would be energizing the cable all the way to the blue. We will do it in stages. The way the process will work this fall is to first energize the cable. Next, after we're happy with the results and voltages that we see, we energize the transformer and reactor. We check to see what things look like then. We typically let transformers stay energized for a couple days before we ever want to put any load on them. This is just in case there was some kind of a manufacturing defect that wasn't able to be determined in testing, and we would be putting load on after all those things happen. We would then be working, of course, with the district staff to finally get some of the load on, and then eventually all the load on.
Okay, thank you.
In evaluating the bids, we were very happy. As you can see, I know Michael's showing them, that we received 8 bids. The engineer's estimate for this project is $3.9 million, so we've got a nice tight bundle of bids. I feel like this shows that our design documents were clear enough, that there wasn't any concerns of risk in the contractor's mind. As I said, we interviewed the top 4 most responsive bidders. It's indicated in my letter to the district. We those interviews showed that all 4 of the bidders clearly had a plan to install our OFM and finish the project and meet our schedules. We felt like they had a good schedule there. All 4 bidders provided all the proper contract documents, bid bonds, etc. We, as I said, we discussed the rock excavation prices with them, the ground rod. We produced, after that, and working with Wilson Utility, Thursday and Friday, we produced a document which will become part of the contract documents, which clarified, as I said, how and when the rock adder will be used. With that said, and also I want to point out that the Out Valley team, in evaluating the bids and looking at this rock adder, we did some assessment on what we think rock excavation may occur at Cam Green and applied that to the rock adder. So we did a more detailed evaluation just above and beyond these bid prices you're seeing here. And in that analysis, the low bid proposal from Wilson continued to be the low bid, even with an extensive amount of rock excavation that we may encounter at Green.
Dave, this is
With all
Michael.
that,
Dave,
Go ahead.
Dave, this is Michael. Could you clarify how many ground rods will be installed and where they'll be installed at Cam Green?
At Cam Green, there is a design for 75 of these 10-foot ground rods. The entire perimeter outside the fence will have ground rods on a 10-foot spacing, and then there are about 15 to 20 internal inside. All these ground rods are then connected to these copper ground wires, which are laid in a grid throughout the entire station. The ground grid is needed to ensure safety for personnel that are working inside the substation, both for touch potential, which is to make sure that whenever we're walking the station, we touch any piece of metal, that there is no voltage difference, and therefore we're safe. And then the step potential, which is to make sure there's never a problem between the voltage between your feet. This is a typical substation design, but the ground grid at Cam Green is very extensive because of the poor soil resistivity. We've got, the soil there is described as an extremely weathered granite, and it's got very poor soil resistivity. We have to put a fair amount of copper in the ground to get the ground impedance that we need for safety.
Thank you. And confirm that we can move these ground rods. They're not site specific, so if we found a geotech report that showed a boulder, we could move these 4 or 5 feet without impacting our safety.
That's correct. We can move them, and in addition to that, what we've discussed with Wilson is that we will, in some cases, shorten them. The depth of the rod is not as important as just the fact that we have a total amount of 10 feet. So the clarification document with Wilson includes the ability for us to take out them. Let's say they hit rock at 5 feet in a particular area. We can ask them to put in 2 5-foot rods instead of 1 10, and that would negate any rock excavation. We would only pay for the material once. There would be some additional labor we would cover because they had to drill 2 holes and because they had to tie in 2 different ground rods as opposed to tying in 1 in their original bid.
So Dave, just to follow up on that, so the bid amount of Wilson, if we chose that one, it's going to be higher than that because there will be some rock, right? I mean, so our expectation should not be that that's the actual amount we pay at the end of the project, but it's going to be higher.
That is correct, and that's based on our knowledge of the rock that we saw as the Cam Green site was being graded.
Okay, what should my expectation be? Let me start out with the multi-choice. Less than 3.9 million?
No more than 3.9. We looked at a number of scenarios in which we were still under the 3.9.
Okay.
Well, do we have an estimate for how much it's going to cost the rock adder?
We don't know how many will be, right?
Yeah, we did
Right.
it.
So
Go ahead.
the Out Valley team looked at a number of scenarios, and in fact, we even looked at numbers that, in case we had, for example, we looked at between 150 and 100 feet of rock excavation for the ground rods. Wilson continued to be a low bidder, even with their rock adder, up to about 135 feet. I really feel like we will be able to be less than that by moving ground rods, as Michael said, and going to the shorter ones. We have optional rock prices for some of the bigger foundations inside the substation. It's possible we may hit a boulder in there, and Michelle uses the term errant boulder. Let's hope we don't find any, but if we do, we're prepared. I feel like that Wilson is definitely the low bidder. We looked at what I think may be worst case rock conditions, and again, this is an estimate, but they remain to be the low bidder. We're looking at their overall bid price plus our expected rock costs.
Dave, if I could just interject here for a second. What we were looking at as well is the number of the structures, the number of the ground rods that have to go in. That's where we saw the greatest potential for use of this rock adder. And by coming up with an alternative in which we could shorten the ground rods or add more shorter ground rods, we can really mitigate that potential cost. When we looked at the rock adder prices for some of the large structures that have to go in and where those large structures are located, the way that the substation is designed, the three largest structures are in areas that we feel very confident we will not hit rock potentially at all, based on what we saw during excavation last year. Or if we hit rock, it's going to be at the very, very bottom of the hole, just because we have arrived, to such a great degree in this area. And then when they were actually excavating for structure 1, which is just on the far side of the substation, they went down 21 feet and didn't hit rock. So we feel that based on the rock prices we got, the rock we observed during the substation, we can mitigate what, in our evaluation, what was the greatest cost potential for the rock.
So Michelle, so I understand the mitigation, I agree with all that. Let me just get right to the point, I guess. In your cost estimate, are you going to use $3.9 million for the construction, or what number will you be using?
I would prefer to keep $3.9 million.
Yeah, well, I would too. That's what I'm just trying to confirm. And our expectation is it won't be higher, and if the rock's permitting, it'll be lower.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else on this topic?
David, are you, is that your presentation?
I would just say to summarize that the Allen Valley team is recommending to the district staff that the contract be awarded to Wilson Utility Construction for the $3.6 million bid.
District,
3.6.
it's 3.369.
3.3.
Yeah, right, okay.
District staff participated in most of these conversations and felt that Wilson negotiated in good faith with the rock adder and therefore recommends the award of the contract to Wilson as recommended by the Allen Valley team.
Any comments or questions from board members? Comments or questions from the public? Should I read this resolution? Or, okay. So for our consideration is resolution number 1407. It's a resolution of the Board of Directors of the Kirkwood Meadows Public Utility District authorizing approval of the Out Valley Underground Construction Contract. Whereas 8 bids have been received from pre-qualified contractors for construction of the KM Green and KM Blue substations project, and whereas these bids have been evaluated by the Kirkwood Meadows Public Utility District staff, Exponential Engineering, and Resource Concepts, Inc., who together recommend contract award to Wilson Utility Construction Company. And whereas the lowest evaluated responsive bid has been received from Wilson Utility Construction Company in the amount of $369,999, which is presented for board action at this meeting. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kirkwood Meadows Public Utility District hereby awards the Out Valley KM Green and KM Blue substation construction contract to Wilson Utility Construction Company in the amount of $3,369,999, subject to just review and approval, and the President of the Board of Directors of the Kirkwood Meadows Public Utility District is authorized and directed to sign the contract on behalf of the district, and the secretary is authorized and directed to attest to the contract. I'll entertain a motion.
So move.
Move adoption of resolution 14-07.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So passes unanimously. Thank you. Michael, should we, well, welcome Kevin. Kevin Smith joined us by teleconference from Braun Legal a few minutes ago. Should we do 8C and then all the Kevin stuff, or?
Yeah, we should continue on the out issues until we're done with them, then we can release Michelle and David and go on to Kevin. So Kevin, it'll just be a few minutes.
So 8C is.
No problem, thank you.
But
8C,
if I could we insert power quality?
absolutely.
So Dave Rightly is here. The district has been working with Dave Rightly with Exponential Engineering on potential power quality issues in the valley, and I've asked Brandy to sit with me during this agenda item. Special meters have been installed in key locations to track power quality, and Dave is here today to give an explanation of reactive power, to give an explanation of harmonics, to explain the ramifications of harmonics on equipment and things in the valley, to present the preliminary findings, once again preliminary, and present what our next steps will be. Dave will be giving a final report with recommendations for improvements at the April 12th board meeting. So with that, David?
Thanks again, Michael. As Michael mentioned, he asked that I talk about power factor. This particular report we're doing for the district is about power quality, but we've had a number of discussions with the board, so I want to kind of just do a refresher about another factor in electrical power called power factor. Power factor is not power quality. What it is, it's the ratio of the amount of real power and reactive power. It's a very common thing in electric utility systems. And what it has to do with is the amount of motors. Motors typically draw reactive power, whereas things like an incandescent light bulb or just a straight resistive heater draws just pure real power. And the power factor is just this ratio. It's an issue that utilities deal with. It can affect your system voltage, which is kind of a power quality issue, but it's easily managed and maintained. So let's keep in mind that power factor is really another issue that we will be talking about as we move forward with Out Valley, that it does not impact power quality. One way that power factor can be managed is by using things like capacitors, or in our case, a reactor. So the reactor that the board has authorized purchase for, which will be installed at KMPUD, is a device that is managing the power factor for the Out Valley project. Power quality is where we look at you as a utility with a lot of customers, a lot of consumers. You're providing them power. You generate power or you buy power from the Out Valley, and you impress that power on the system, and then your customers use that power. And quality is a measurement of, does this power meet industry standards for what typical electric power would be in the country today? There's a few things we'll look at when we look at power quality. One of them is voltage. In other words, if you look at the outlet on the wall, usually equipment that plugs into that outlet is designed to handle 115 volts. You'll hear a lot of numbers between 110 and 120, but essentially that's what it is. Let's look at frequency. You might know if you travel abroad that some places have 50 hertz power as opposed to 60. Well, of course, the United States, Canada, and Mexico use 60 hertz, and so all our equipment is designed for that. All the equipment that we buy as customers to draw electricity from the system is 60. So we look at that. We also want to look at just what I would say is, that the power that we impress on the system is a sine wave, as you know. It's just a 60 hertz sine wave, and we want to look at how clean it is. So another one I want to talk about is total harmonic distortion. That would be things that happen to our system that would make that sine wave not look not quite as clean as you would like it to be. Those are the three parts of power quality I want to talk about. As Michael mentioned, there are 3 meters strategically located on the system. Brandy and her staff have been able to pull a lot of data out of those meters and send that back to us. And with that, we have been able to come up, we've seen some preliminary numbers, and I'm here to report what those are. I'm getting ahead of myself and looking at my notes here. Before I talk about the preliminary results, I want to talk a little bit more about that harmonic distortion. I just mentioned the dirtiness of our power. How we get harmonic distortion is when we have what I call nonlinear loads out there on the system. If your customers don't draw power at all and your generators are running, you'll see a perfect sine wave of voltage that's presented to your customers. If some of your customers draw power in a nonlinear format, in a way that's not really designed to work with the 60 hertz or not as well, then you will start seeing your voltage can be affected by that. The kind of equipment that has that impact typically are motors that have variable frequency drives. A lot of processes in this country use motors, and a lot of those motors need a variable frequency drive on the front end to adjust the amount of power or speed that the motor is turning. It helps us manage our process, and of course a chairlift motor is a common use of a variable frequency drive. So we know you've got a number of loads on your system that have these that are nonlinear. One way that the impact of these variable frequency drives can be minimized is for a filter to be installed along with the variable frequency drive. Usually that filter is custom made to work with that particular VFD, variable frequency drive, to filter out this harmonic distortion that occurs. But because we know that you've got sources on your system that are nonlinear and therefore could create distortion, that was something we certainly suspected could be an issue in power quality. When we look at power quality and the impacts to the system, that was another thing I got ahead of there. Distortion levels increasing on a system can impact your own transformers. The transformers are designed to have a typical 60 hertz voltage on them, so distortion can actually cause heating or can damage the district's transformers. A substantial amount of harmonic distortion on your system can affect the operation of sensitive electronic devices such as computers, printers, VCRs, and DVDs, things like that, if it gets bad enough. Voltage regulation, in other words, if we talked about voltage regulation, just make sure we got our 115 volts at the wall. If it's too low, we can damage equipment. If it's too high, we can damage equipment. And frequency is a similar thing. The equipment just won't even work correctly. If we didn't have our 60 hertz power, a lot of your customers' equipment wouldn't operate correctly. So those, I think, are the impacts. As power quality degrades, there are potential impacts both to your equipment and your customers. In looking at the results from these 3 meters, one thing we learned right away is that the voltage regulation coming from the powerhouse is excellent. It's right about where we want it to be. It's within 2%. Most utilities looking at a plus or minus 5% voltage regulation on their entire system. Your frequency is very good. It is right about where we'd expect to see it. We're talking like 60.01 hertz, sometimes maybe 59.99 hertz.
Dave, how can it be really good if how can it be really good when my clock gains 10 minutes every month?
The numbers I've seen show that the frequency generated by your powerhouse is good. That your clock could be impacted by harmonic distortion.
Oh, is that right? Okay.
I really don't think it. Now, there's additional information we just got from Brandy and her staff this week with some other profile data where we'll be able to see that over a longer period of time, and I might be able to address that when I finish the report.
Okay.
When we looked at total harmonic distortion, we saw some very clear things. When we looked at the voltage you provide your customers at night when there's no ski area operations, we saw distortion numbers what we expected around 1 or 2%. While the ski area is operating, we clearly saw at all 3 locations, not just on the lift circuit. Remember, we measured on all 3 of the valley circuits, the residential, the commercial, and the lift. And what I expected, and this is what I saw on the residential and the commercial as well as the lift, we can see the total harmonic distortion range between 3 and 5%. In fact, sometimes exceeding 5% during the day. We can see a signature of this total harmonic distortion. We break that down into different harmonics, the second, third, fourth, fifth. These are multipliers of 60. So the third harmonic would be 180 hertz. we can see signatures in the data that shows us clearly a certain type of variable frequency drive that's being used somewhere on the system, probably a chairlift. And these results show us that you are close to what I would recommend would be your maximum total harmonic distortion. IEEE, the International Electrical and Electronics Engineer Standard, tries to set goals that, as a utility, you would never want to exceed 5%. And we did get some measurements from these meters in which, during the day, it did exceed 5%. We're talking 5.5, around not quite 6%. Those are the preliminary results. We've got some more data, as I said, from Brandy. We're going to be looking up at all of that. We are actively writing the report right now. It's very, very likely that I'll be making recommendations that some of these non-linear loads have improved filters. We understand that some of these variable frequency drives out there may not have filters at all right now, and a way to bring this number down under 5% would be to install filters out there. The report, when it's done, will also address Out Valley a little bit, but what I can say when I talk about Out Valley is voltage regulation is easily managed with Out Valley. That's why we're using, we've got this voltage regulation device, the LTC in the transformer. The reactor helps us manage voltage. There are some other things we're doing back at KM Green that help us manage voltage. So I think that's going to be easily handled. Frequency, when Out Valley is on, frequency will be set by the Western grid. The interconnected Western grid across the Western U.S. basically has the same frequency, and that's a common factor when you have an interconnected grid like that, so that's not going to be fluctuating either. So I think you're going to see in our results, we'll be talking about harmonic distortion, a little bit about Out Valley, and essentially I'm telling you that from what I'm seeing, you've got your nitty edge of a problem with your harmonic distortion, but the rest of your power quality looks very good.
Do our meters measure power factor?
They have,
We have a couple of meters installed that do measure power factor. We installed one on chair 6 and chair 10. Those are readings that we go out and manually get, so we'll get those to Dave for the completed report.
Okay, but it sounds like it's the exception as opposed to the norm.
Yes.
So are the results are the preliminary results consistent with the kinds of problems that Algraph was reporting fairly frequently over the past couple of years? Well, I haven't heard anything about that recently. I mean, is that consistent? In other words, is what we're finding consistent with what Al was finding?
Al was finding that our frequency was outside of the 59 to 61 range, which is in the industry norm. What Dave is saying is that frequency range might not be because of our frequency being bad, but harmonics is affecting our frequency rather than our frequency, what our production is. One of the things that these meters don't do, which we'll need to take into account in the final report, is that they do a snapshot of the system. It's not a totalizing meter, if that makes sense. So Brandy goes out with a laptop and she takes a snapshot and sends this information to Dave. It's not like it says over the last 24 hours, here's been your frequency. This is more of a snapshot. What we were hoping originally is to have a true totalizing meter, and we made a decision to go with a purchased meter that we could use over time. That has actually been a mistake, because these census meters have not performed up to what we had hoped them to do whatsoever. We've actually thought of returning those and going to the rental meters that we originally talked about, which Dave is familiar with, which would give us the totalizing, which would give us more of a what are the impacts when the chairlift turns on, turns off, big load, emergency e-stop, which we've talked about in this past, all these different events that happen over a day, which Brandy, of course, can't be synchronizing at the same time for these snapshots. So I think that eventually these rental meters might be a really good idea to get a true picture of what our what our power quality and power harmonics are.
And would you propose doing that while the lifts are still running, or are we talking about next season?
Well, with his report not coming out until April 12th, I don't know the availability of those meters.
I guess what I'm trying to understand, I appreciate the fact of getting a formal report, but we know we have a problem, and we have a limited time here with low-cost capital. So why can't we?
What are the availabilities of the rental meters? And did I explain that correctly, Dave?
Yes, you did. The meters were advertised to be able to do this totalizing as you described. Unfortunately, when we got into the details of it, we learned that the particular power quality factors that we wanted to measure were not part of this totalizing. I believe we are going to be getting some totalizing information on the frequency, Michael, but on the harmonic distortion. We can certainly look at the availability of these rental meters, and I think it's possible that we could get a couple weeks of recording. It depends on when the ski area is going to close this year. I think that would supplement our report. I think that we've got, Brandy's provided us quite a few snapshots, and we may not see what I would say to be worst case, but we've seen enough to show that I do think there needs to be some filtering. I really feel like even with additional data, from what I've seen, that the solution to the distortion problem or the overall power quality is going to be additional filters on motors that have variable frequency drives, which are probably almost all of the chairlift motors. Some of those motors have filters on them and probably are within an acceptable range. Some of them we understand do not.
Right. So
I feel like that's probably going to be the only recommendation I'm going to make for improving power quality is going to be to reduce the harmonic distortion by filtering these drives, these variable frequency drives.
Okay, so I appreciate the thoroughness, but this is old news. And so I'm wondering a couple of things. One is when we can move on this, and the second is how to cost share. Because generally a customer who distorts the power pays for that distortion. I'm more interested in improving the quality and also reducing the wasted energy that we're all paying for, and doing it sooner rather than later. So, what will we be able to do once you've produced your final report that would let us actually take some action?
One thing I can say about the report is that, even though I know there's been a lot of discussion about power quality, because I've got measurements, I'm going to be giving you graphs and data that you can approach your customer with. It could be a ski area and say, clearly we can see that you are impacting our system. Without these measurements, it would be difficult to negotiate something, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
At that time. But I think that so now we've got the measurements. We've got what I would say is a smoking gun. Typically filters like what I'm talking about for these variable frequency drives, they're installed with the drive on the other side of the meter. They're typically owned by the consumer. I can't really begin to guess how the district would deal with the ski area in that regard. I can tell you where I think where the solution should be installed and how typically that solution would be owned and operated. It's got to be designed to match the variable frequency drive that runs the motor.
And the district has rules.
Staff would have to deal with that.
The district's rules and regulations has parameters about, variable frequency and how much distortion you can produce back into the system. And if these graphs and charts are outside of those boundaries, or outside of acceptable boundaries, we would have a negotiating point with the ski resort to jointly or collectively put filters.
So Dave, could you take the periods which you've analyzed and be able to estimate the power that wouldn't have been wasted had proper filters been put in place?
The harmonic distortion that we're seeing doesn't result in a significant amount of losses on the system. We're actually assessing that right now. I'm talking about the impacts. I told you that it can impact your transformers. And we will address that in the report. I think it's going to be fairly small.
So,
But I think I tend to try to
Okay.
to at least measure it.
all right, so we're mostly dealing with quality, power quality here, but last year we
lines.
talked a lot about the reactive power and the losses from that. Why is that not appearing in this analysis? Or am I not remembering correctly?
We have been discussing power quality, and that is certainly the focus of my my report.
Okay.
Power quality, or excuse me, power factor, which, as you said, Brandy's measuring, can easily, if there's a poor power factor during operation of the chairlifts, that can be easily mitigated with installation of a capacitor. That's a single unit that just gets installed somewhere on the system. It could either be installed with the chairlift motors or it could be installed on your own 12 kV system. I believe we did include something in your construction work plan, the one that Exponential provided, RUS approved, for some mitigation measures like reactors or capacitors. And we would just need to see the data from Brandy. We need to see the overall power factor. But I do want to point out that because the Out Valley system has a substantial amount of underground cable, we're trying to offset some of that power factor from that cable with our reactor. I think we're going to find more than enough capacitance coming from the Out Valley system to improve power factor in the valley. Now, that certainly won't help you when you're running on the generators.
Right.
But
That's okay.
I do expect to see that.
Okay, so the cable's capacitance is going to help us with power factor on our loads.
That's correct.
Okay. Thanks.
So if we made a mistake with the wrong meters, should we get the right meters at this point?
That's what we're asked for the availability from David.
Okay.
Right now, we talked about this about a week ago, and we realized that we were having this, and Dave felt that we could get sufficient information to provide a recommendation for following forward. That recommendation will probably, not putting words into David's mouth, will be install filters on these specific chairs at this specific price.
Okay, and that's the quality issue. The money issue is measuring and charging for power factor. Is that correct, Randy?
Two separate issues. If we were going to require that the variable frequency drives have these harmonics filters, we would probably be able to provide that with this data we're going to have in the report, moving the meters to the large chairlifts, being able to see the impact on the system. If the power factor data shows that they have a low power factor, that might be an additional charge, but a separate charge.
My understanding from the explanation that Power Secure Data was was that the power factor issues may be coming from the chairlift, or there may be chairlift, but also just from our own transformers. And that placing a capacitor in this, at our transformers would improve the efficiency of our use of electricity.
He had a proposal,
And I don't know if he had a proposal for that, but I
placing a capacitor at the powerhouse at the transformers there, the distribution transformers.
Right. Now, maybe that's not money well spent with the Out Valley, but that's what I mean.
Yeah, to be clear, I'm interested in
I like
measuring,
to-
quantifying, and charging, frankly, for both.
Well, I think even beyond that, what I'm hearing is that the harmonic distortion is high enough so that it could damage our equipment. And something, it seems like it has to be done about that, and it seems to me that it has to be done before the start of the next ski season, because if we install all of our expensive equipment to do the Out Valley, and it seems to be working right, and then you turn on the lifts, and the first thing that happens is either A, you get your new equipment damaged, that would be a bad outcome, or B, PG&E says, what the heck are you doing with all this harmonic distortion on your line, we're cutting you off. So those seem like very bad outcomes, and we've got to address the harmonic distortion issue with the ski resort, and do so in a straightforward manner that results in a solution being implemented before the lifts turn at the start of the next ski season, if I understand this correctly. Is that how you see it?
Yes, and I think we'll have a recommendation at the next meeting to address harmonics. And
Dave, you were going to add something then.
I just wanted to, I heard a comment, power factor results from the use of motors, not the transformers, but from motors. So you're right, installing them somewhere on your system, whether it's near the power outlets or somewhere else, can offset the reactive needs for the motor with this capacitor. Another thing I want to point out is the data we've gotten from Randy, we've looked at we've seen your voltage in the morning, in the middle of the day when the lifts are operating, at night, late at night. And I know that power factor is not a big problem right now because I can see that manifested in the fact that you have good voltage during the day. Your power factor is going to be lower while all those motors are running, and yet your voltage stays very consistent. So without actually seeing the power factor number, I can see that it's not creating a problem for you right now. That doesn't mean it doesn't have some, there are some losses associated with it. So I agree that a utility needs to manage power factor, and that can be done with capacitors.
Okay. So no actions required on this at this point? It's just
no, just an update. It will be an agenda item for the next meeting as discussed.
Okay. Are we already time constrained to return the meters that we've included or inadequate? You started using them with, most electronic stuff, you got a 90-day warranty or some kind of constraints that you're under that you got to take action if you're an unhappy customer.
I don't know the exact answer to that question, but we'll determine that for the next meeting.
8C, review and possible approval of position statement regarding the district providing electric service along Out Valley Power Line Project Group. So this is you, Michael.
This issue involves the complexities of the district supplying electric power to customers along the Out Valley route. The district has received several requests, including the Peddler Hill Maintenance Station that's run by Caltrans, Bear Valley Resort, and EID, to connect to the district's Out Valley line. The complexity involves that this line is not sized to handle additional winter load. The district does not have the legal authority to provide such service to these customers. If PG&E to provide the service, then an interconnection agreement would have to be entered into with the district and address metering and transmission line costs. The Out Valley line is not intended to be growth inducing, so that potential users would have to be existing, it couldn't be a new customer. The Caltrans hookup was discussed on June 9th and July 8th of 2012 board meetings in detail. The board passed Resolution 1215, which states that the district will provide a three-way junction box at the sectionalizing cabinet at Peddler Hill, that Caltrans would be responsible for all approval costs and the district would cooperate in good faith. Bear Valley Resort has now asked the district to consider providing service. This would be primarily a summer load. In fact, the winter load is around 12 kW, which is pretty minimal. Staff recommends that the board authorize staff to write a letter to Bear River Resort, providing that the district would be agreeable, providing the power requested, which is in your packet, but all costs and approvals, permitting, etc., would have to be borne by them, including a connection, a service agreement with PG&E. Further, staff recommends that as these requests come in, that they be handled similarly with a load forecast and an evaluation by our district engineer, presentation to the board, and then as approved, staff response. And so that's the recommendation of the district.
Would we be the electric service provider or would PG&E?
It would be PG&E. We don't have the authority,
Right.
so our Cal ISO meter would be the master meter, and these uses would be subtracted from that, and they would handle that between PG&E and the customer.
We charge PG&E on an O&M fee for the portion of the line that they're using.
We would charge somebody, whether it be PG&E or the customer, a transmission line usage. That's pretty similar in that you charge.
Oh, I think there should be an O&M fee too.
That could be in the transmission line charge. a certain amount that you would charge for the use of that service.
Don't forget our ITTC
it's-
surcharge tax.
And that's
34%. 34%. No, we're the highest.
Would we be able to recover any of our capital costs by providing these hookups?
I would think through the transmission charge is the only way that we would capture O&M and capital. But if Bear Valley used 250 kW, they anticipate in the summer, I don't think that it's actually a loss or a negative for the district.
I don't either.
So Michael, how would we determine the rate at which, the wholesale rate we would charge PG&E?
It would be only a transmission charge. They would charge, we wouldn't be charged by CalISO, PG&E would be picking up that. So our charge from CalISO would be the meter charge at CalISO minus these sub-meters.
I see. So that's not included in our net purchase of power.
Right. So this would be subtracted, and then whatever the PG&E agreement with CalISO and their members, of course.
Okay. So we charge only overhead, we have no incremental cost at all.
So presumably, there aren't a lot of entities that would be making this request, I assume.
We've had three.
Three.
What's the other one?
EID,
Oh, where?
down at the bottom of Mosquito Flat, Mosquito Creek there, they have some facilities on the other side of the creek, other side of the road, past the Major's property. Going up toward the Silver Lake Campground, so on the right-hand side, right in between those two, there's EID property, and they have some facilities in there.
Well, anyway, it'd be nice to have some sense of how much summer load, how much winter load we could absorb, without jeopardizing the valley's operations in the summer and in the winter, just so that we know that there's a ceiling or something that we can no longer consider beyond a certain point.
You just about hit your winter peak. I mean, there's not going to be much winter load that you could put on.
So
Well, that's it, full build-out.
Right.
Okay, so I think one of the things we should explore is the use of storage, because that eliminates, we can then transmit at any time we want and build up capacity. And since, there's now a state policy on storage and it's requiring the IOUs to provide a certain amount, there's a reasonable chance that it might be a useful option for us in the time frame of full build-out. I don't know if Dave wants to comment on that, but that would allow us basically at night to bank some additional power here, and that would give us more capacity during the day.
And that could be housed here.
Yeah.
Peddler Hill would be a winter operation, right?
Yeah.
Mostly?
Yeah, but it's only 125.
Yeah, or something very
So
small.
we can handle Peddler Hill or not?
We determined we can handle.
We can. Okay, I thought you said we couldn't take any more winter load, so that's why I was
With Peddler
confused.
Hill.
I included the 12 to
Oh.
Bear Valley and the
And the
125.
Peddler Hill, okay. So we're okay with those two people without any other changes?
Right, and this would all come through our, how much is, what is the
Yeah.
ceiling, like Eric is,
Right.
I'm saying, minimal, 125 is actually pretty minimal
Mm-hmm.
in the big scope of things, but
It's
I like
125 kilowatt hours.
KW, right?
KW kilowatts.
Kilowatt.
Kilowatts, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And so I agree, maybe Dave could touch on storage.
Certainly, storage technology as it exists today is pretty limited for very large loads. So it would really depend on what your customers are looking at doing. Things like maybe security systems, lighting for signage, things like that. Those are easily accomplished with storage, and it's certainly something that could be looked at. It would be something like some kind of possibly a large bank of batteries installed somewhere with a battery charger. When the system's on, it's charging the batteries, and I guess I would say that right now, that like I said, the technology for storage is not there for running something like a 100 horsepower motor. I'm not sure if I answered your question with that.
We'll research that.
Yeah.
Back to-
I think in a 5 to 10 year window of build out, something good could happen. And I was,
There's a lot of research.
yeah, I know, and I was told by GM that there's liars, damn liars, and battery suppliers. And so far, that's held true. So I assume you would agree with that assessment?
Well, I don't own a Chevy Bolt. I can tell you that.
Good enough. All right, thanks.
So you're looking for authorization for the letter?
I am, and for future direction on this subject.
Well, convince me one more time that we can make this a money-making proposition. Because we're out there creating capacity that other people want to use. We're spending capital, we've got operations and maintenance, we've got depreciation. And unless all of that, at a minimum, all of that is covered, and preferably more than that, we don't have a money-making proposition, and I don't see why we would be motivated to do this.
Well, this is no incremental cost to us, and we're able to provide a service and use that for debt reduction. So anything that increases our ability to charge for kilowatt hours reduces costs for everything.
There have to be costs involved in providing these services.
The customer pays for those.
Oh, I can't imagine that carte blanche applies. Things will happen, right? We'll be out there doing service calls in the winter on a snowcat because...
We have an OEM agreement
so-and-so's-
with PG&E.
So that falls into the category of, is it possible to make sure that all of our costs at a minimum are covered? All.
I feel that there's two answers to that. Yes, the transmission line charge, what I determined, and you can call it O&M or whatever, would have to be sufficient to, and that's yet to be determined. That's in this is saying that that's yet to be determined. And then secondly, there's goodwill that's garnered here that's very
Yeah,
important to the
I
district,
understand that.
especially with Caltrans, Bear Valley, and EID.
And there's some benefit to getting the diesels out of the national forest.
So, but your concerns would have to be worked out through a subsequent agreement.
The transmission fee provides us with an opportunity to recoup some of the capital costs that we put into this project.
Right, we're servicing debt with the money we're making out of
With
it.
another customer. It's all good.
Yeah. So I think the consensus of the board is supportive of you pursuing that.
And I will take that direction for future requests as well. And that'll always have board direction on it.
And you'll get with the planning committee on the maximum that we can afford.
How do we convey that to customers? I mean, it would seem like there's almost a contractual agreement required between us and some potential customer that says that they understand that what they are going to be able to draw from us is up to a certain amount and no more, no matter how long you wait, that might never be any more. And if we got ourselves sideways on that topic and they wanted to increase their utilization and we couldn't support it, that would be a very awkward place.
We have a wholesale agreement with PG&E, and they provide service to the customer, and we cut them off if they don't fulfill their obligations in the agreement.
And the
I hate to be nasty with them, but I mean,
I'm sure you do.
And our resolution that we passed with Caltrans said that the maximum amount they could ever use was 125.
Right.
yeah.
And that would be the same.
And they're not going to put a chairlift in a Peddler Hill or anything, so.
Who knows what's in their minds? for the
Well, they
future.
could have electric vehicles or something,
Yeah.
and there might be a time of use.
Maybe iron that, we'll start it back up.
There we
Fuel
go.
technology will come around and we can pay for this thing.
Well, that's the next board's problem.
Okay.
Shall we move on to 8D, which is continued discussion and possible action regarding the district's effort to secure necessary power procurement, scheduling, and settlement services and regulatory affairs coordination in anticipation of connecting to the national power grid. So that's you, Michael, along with Kevin.
Thank you, Michelle and David. I appreciate you taking the time.
Perfect, thank you all.
I hope the weather at Pismo Beach is nice.
You know, it's gorgeous here today. We're going to go enjoy it.
Yeah, here too.
Thank you.
Thank you for Kevin.
Has left the conference.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin Smith is with Braun Legal, and he's here to answer any detailed questions. I appreciate you taking the call today, Kevin.
No problem. My pleasure. Thank you.
I'd like to take all of these D, E, F, and G together, and then entertain motions should the board choose. The district is making progress as we move forward on our November 1st target date of supplying power to the Kirkwood Valley from the grid. District staff has met with Cal ISO on February 25th to discuss their two of these agreements, the small utility distribution company operating agreement and the meter service agreement. And quite frankly, I felt that they were extremely forthcoming, that they met the district more than halfway, and when asked, their manager, when I asked her, how can we get this done, she said, well, let me show you how we can get it done, and she put the forces to bear to get these agreements to us. So I really like to thank Cal ISO and Kevin's work on getting these done on a really quick timeline. They've been super to work with. Cal ISO was extremely helpful in understanding our rather unique situation as a small utility distribution company and provided us with clear direction on the information they required in order to produce the final draft copies of these two agreements. Cal ISO was advised that the district will be establishing a relationship with Shell Energy for power procurement and schedule coordination services, and they encourage us to move forward with that. And Cal ISO has tentatively approved the district's local reliability plan for resource adequacy. The two agreements and the resource adequacy agreement resolutions are now before the board, and Kevin Smith, as I mentioned, is here to answer any detailed questions. In April, the Shell agreements, which is the schedule coordination and the EEI agreement, will first go to the planning committee and then to the board for approval. In May or June, the district will finalize its 3-year forward hedging strategy, and the confirmation agreement will go through the same process of going through to planning and then to the board. By the beginning of the new fiscal year, July, all agreements should be in place and waiting for interconnection. I think it's very prudent to get this done in advance. The only thing that could delay us is a change in market rates, but with the summer season, your markets actually go up. So Kevin and I have discussed probably a May or a June time to finalize our hedging strategy. The first agreement before you is the Small Utility Distribution Company Operating Agreement. This establishes the rights and the obligations of the KMPUD and Cal ISO with respect to the KMPUD facilities interconnected with Cal ISO control grid. That sounds like a lot. That's the equipment at KM Green. It's not the distribution line. It's not what's here in the valley. It's just the equipment that's sitting at KM Green. It obligates the district to comply with the Cal ISO tariff, Cal ISO operating procedures and specification. KMPUD is responsible to operate and maintain its facilities in accordance with good utility practice, respect the normal ratings, etc. Provides provisions in the agreement only apply to the facilities that comprise the interconnection. Records, information, and reporting will have to be agreed upon jointly so that we would jointly develop any necessary forms and procedures. This provides for access so that a Cal ISO could come into KM Green, take a look at their facility, take a look at the meter, and this meter is a Cal ISO approved meter which would have access not only from Cal ISO, but PG&E would have direct access to this as well. So the district will have it, so Brandy at KM Blue can look up the meter and say, this is how much we're buying on a specific time. PG&E at Tesla, I believe it is, will have the same information, and CalISO at Folsom will have that information, and Shell will have that information as well. So they'll have access to the KM Green substation with responsible notice for site assessment, equipment inspected. The effective date of the agreement, and this is kind of important, the date it is accepted for filing by CalISO and made effective is by FERC. So once FERC accepts it, it becomes effective. The district intends to enter into a standard agreement, i.e. conforming with FERC standards. FERC approval is expected to occur at the time of filing. If the agreement is revised, so if we revise the agreement, then it goes into a non-conforming state and it goes into a 60-day review period. So district staff recommends that we do not revise the agreement.
Right. Got that.
The meter service agreement, which is the second agreement on the topic, is required by Section 10 of the CalISO tariff. It's established the collection and transfer of the meter data between CalISO and the CalISO metered entity. Parties will have access to this meter include the district, their scheduling coordinator, CalISO, and PG&E. I think it's important to note that we're involved right now quite a bit with CalISO, but once Shell is in the game, we don't really have, we review the data, but we're not day-to-day at all. This is Shell's job, and that's what we pay them for, and they're experts at it, and they, we give them 7-day load forecasts. We, being Brandy, will give them a rolling 7-day load forecast. We use our hedging forecast to buy in advance, and then they true up, and that truing up is done by Shell, and we true up on the day-ahead market. So if we bought too much, we bought too little, then they true up, and hopefully that's not a huge amount because our 7-day forecast and our hedging strategy is close. Parties, the last agreement resolution is resource adequacy, and this is a requirement for the ISO to cover 115. It's a requirement by the ISO for the entity to cover 115% of forecasted load with a source of power deliverable to the grid, similar to a spinning reserve at the district. The CalISO RA policy resulted from the energy crisis of 2000. At the time, all power was purchased on a demand basis, and during the crisis, there was not enough generators available to meet demand. The ISO initially responded with a program of additional requirements on the generators, which has evolved into the current policy that requires all market participants to have identified generation resources to meet their demand, actually 115%. RA is actually the capacity of generations on the ISO connected grid, which is measured in kilowatt months. A kilowatt month is the commitment by a generator source to deliver 1 kilowatt hour for every hour of the month. The RA requirement is calculated by taking the highest forecast demand of the month. Let's say our highest demand has been 32 kilowatts, and multiplying it by 115. A different RA requirement will be calculated for each month, for each peak. RA capacity is purchased separately from power and could cost up to $50,000 a year if we had to purchase it. Since KMPUD has sufficient internal generation to meet demand, ISO has tentatively agreed that we can meet our RA requirements through demand response by turning off the out valley line, which means dropping some or all of our local load from the grid and using the powerhouse to produce power for KMPUD customers. This plan gives overview of the current system and describes the out valley line and powerhouse standby to improve reliability. The RA section states that as a radial load on the ISO system, we are prepared to drop the required load up to our entire load as requested by the ISO in order to meet our RA requirements through demand response. And this also helps with load shedding if there's a stage 1 emergency IUDs and municipalities would be asked to shed some of their load. I don't think they would really care about our load, especially in the summer. But we have to conform to their rules and regulations.
Sure.
So with that, district staff recommends approval of the 3 associated resolutions.
And I understand the planning committee has been through this. Do you have any comments or recommendations?
I certainly agree with the recommendation that we approve these 3 agreements. I think this is absolutely the right thing to do, and to do so in the standard form that will avoid the 60-day review, which could turn into a longer affair. And beyond that, one question that comes to mind here in terms of the third one, 1403, shedding our entire load, if necessary, what happens to the people that are attached to the line that are not part of Kirkwood?
We could shed a KM Blue, and that would shed our load, and they would still
We're still connected.
online.
Their issue to deal with.
Yeah, PG&E has a load shedding form. In fact, I don't even know if, no, actually they would not be affected. We shed a KM Blue. The radial line from Tiger Creek to KM Green is not a CalISO line. They would not be requested to shed load. So as long as we shed at KM Blue, which would affect KM Green, of course, then they would, A, not be affected, nor they would be required by CalISO to be affected.
Any other questions from the board or the audience? Comments? Do I have to read these resolutions, or?
Nope, just have it.
I motion that we approve resolutions 1404, 1405, and 1403 related to the CalISO agreements.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
So it passes unanimously. Should we excuse Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin, thank you very much.
Thanks for the work.
Hey, my pleasure, and congratulations. You got a great staff, and it was a great experience getting through this. So it was very refreshing. So good luck, and look forward to talking with you again sometime.
And our absence of questions for you just reflects the quality of the work.
That's all right. I'll talk to myself offline. So I appreciate it. You guys have a great day.
Have a useful conversation.
All right, thank you.
Moving to,
Bye. Could you hang that up?
moving to item H, discussion and possible approval of resolution 1402, revising the Kirkwood Meadows Public Utility District's water stage alert system due to the current drought conditions. So that's, start with you, Michael.
Get a bottle of water in case it gets cut off.
Don't forget the surcharge.
As everyone knows, California is in the midst of a very serious drought with Sierra snowpacks of only 20 to 30% of normal. How this will affect Kirkwood is unknown. Kirkwood gets its water from 4 wells, 3 with aquifers 300-foot plus deep. How the lack of snowpack will affect these deep aquifers is unknown. But the district has been taking steps to increase our knowledge base so that we can make more educated policy decisions in the future. Kirkwood is reportedly at 51% of its average snowfall, 271 inches so far, as is reflected on the attached. Some of the questions being asked is, where do we stand now? We've been monitoring our aquifer level, and let me just show this. Our aquifer level is basically the number of feet above our well number 4 pump. So the number of feet of water above our number 4 pump is depicted on this is at 130 feet. The pump actually sits at 336 feet. So we have a transducer which actually sits above the pump because you don't want to have the pump cavitate the transducer and give you distorted readings. So we have a transducer of 81 panel reading plus the 49 feet that it sits above the pump to give us a total, which should show 130. It shows 118 here. But so that's how we determined, and that's how we've determined our water stage alert processes for the last 10 years. So where do we stand now? Currently, our aquifer is at about 119 feet. And we compare this with the number of gallons that we pump out of that well to see what the drawdown does. We know that if we pump enough water out of the well, it has an impact on the aquifer level. You'll remember that last fall, we did a limited drawdown and had really good results on how much water we could pump out of the well without affecting it. But eventually we affected it, and we did bring the water level down, as you'll remember through those results. I think we did that in possibly September. It was the board's recommendation at the time not to draw it down all the way, which I thought was really good. How does this compare to history? So as the chart explains, February, March has been around really low at 84 compared to the 118 now. And you can see that it's kind of drawn down in the winter months and then kind of goes up during the snow melt. The drawdown in the winter could be due to the impact of the increased resources. And then another point is the lack of water that's actually being deposited into the possible water resource of Caples Lake. There's not a lot of meltdown. So we look good for right now as we do as far as history. And we're taking daily reads and comparing them to where we were in the past just to stay alert. Not only do we need to keep a track of our aquifer, but we also need to take a track of what we're using in the valley. And so on a daily basis, we take a look at how much our wells are producing, how much is deposited or taken away from our tanks. We take that information and we compare it to the wastewater that we process to see if there's a correlation there. If that number gets too high or too big of a difference, we know we have a water leak and we'll need to go out and take water meter reads. We do not have the AMI water meter detection system right now, so we have to do this to ensure that if a leak happens, that we can go out and find the appropriate leak. Peter will remember that back in about quite a few years ago, the rec center, when it was being constructed, had a leak. It leaked for months till we actually found the leak. We knew we had a leak, but it was before a meter. We never could find it. We finally found it. It was a Woodford hydrant that a contractor had put on the rec center site before a meter had broken off and leaked, I don't know how much water. The only good part is that I think it leaked into the stream and we got it back through well too. But yeah, so this shows right now that we have a pretty good leak detection. The AMI water update, we ordered 134 dual port and 69 single port MXUs on January 3rd. However, the wrong MXUs were received. They sent us a Band-Aid fix, but it was determined and confirmed with our president that we shouldn't try a Band-Aid fix and we should do a long-term correct fix. So they were sent back and we've ordered the correct meters, which will work with our system. I believe on Friday, Jill ordered outdoor meters so that we can begin on outdoor installation as the weather permits. There are certain installations such as Lost Cabin, the Sentinels, other areas like that we can get to because we know where the meters are, we can clear the snow and work on them and start the outdoor installation quicker. So we're rearranging, but we still have a goal of getting this project complete by July 1st. So that brings us to what else are we looking at? Water rights. As far as water rights, we have had an initial conversation with Nick Bogsinone, a consulting engineer who deals specifically with water rights issues. The thought would be to apply for a water rights set-aside for upcountry usage out of Caples Lake. We then could use the snowmaking line to transport water to a surface water treatment plant near well 2, and after cleaning, the district could then distribute into the system. This has been discussed. The first step, and we feel that the first step that was identified is to have an informal meeting with the water board to see what they felt our chances, what our rights were, and how they felt that our procedure should go ahead. There's two main stumbling blocks with filing a water right, and that is protests and the complexity of the CEQA issue. If the informal meeting with the water board is positive, which I believe it would be, we would come to the board and ask for the retention of Nick's firm to do the filing, which is a $10,000 filing fee, and a retention of Nick's firm for $21,000. Retain RCI to do a neg deck CEQA document, which basically states that there's nearly no impacts to the environment, or any impacts could be averted through mitigation measures. And then we'd actually file the petition. I don't feel we'll have a lot of protests. I don't think that's our, we have met with the EID. I think the board might have seen a letter that I put into the packet. We've met with 4 different downwater users that none of them would have an issue with our water rights. But if we did have a protest, we'd have to resolve it with the entity that's protesting so that it doesn't go before the water board. You want to do those things outside the water board's purview. And then the water board, if they, for some reason, felt that a full-blown EIR would be needed, that would significantly increase the cost of this direction.
Mike, when you say go to the water board, you mean present at a meeting or meet with staff? Or?
Meet with staff.
Okay.
Yeah, no, not present at a meeting. No, just meet with a ranking individual at the water board. Nick knows that would just give us some direction.
Okay.
This would be an informal meeting with hardly any cost, just to feel the waters. Feel the water.
Protests presumably can come from people other than users, right?
Yes.
Conservancy groups,
Sure.
whatever.
But it should be noted, thank you for sending out Steve Volker a letter from a year or 2 ago. It's already established that 200 acre-feet of water is reserved for upcountry users, and particularly for those users residing in the counties of origin of the water itself. What I'd forgotten until I read that letter, 200 acre-feet applies to both Caples and Silver, so it's 200 acre-feet total out of both of those. And so what's not resolved is, who may want it and how much out of which and so on. So that those details need to be worked out. And there is the environmental stuff that has to be. But someone coming out and saying, I don't think you should have any water, I mean, that's a resolved issue, I think.
So that's the potential. So we'll get right back to that in a moment. What else has the district looked at? There's a concept of drought relief funds. And so we have looked at 3 different sources of drought, is there money out there for this type of a study? We've located 3 different types. One is the USDA, or US, actually has a program existing. It's the Rural Development Program Emergency Community Water Assistance Grants. A drought qualifies as an emergency. Grant monies of up to $500,000 for construction of a new water source, intake or treatment facility, and/or water line extension. Eligible areas include rural areas with 10,000 or fewer people. Most state and local government entities are eligible applicants. Senate Bill 104 was signed by the governor last week, which amends section of the government code, and it also allows for funds. Most of these funds are for study only, which also would apply to us, but it would only be the upfront cost. And then there are the integrated regional water management program is designed to assist with project relating to water quality, conservation, and environmental protection work. So there's 3 different sources that we're pursuing as far as government funds. We would have to make a case that there is a need because of the drought, which at this point our information doesn't suggest. But the USDA RUS program doesn't preclude that we need the water just because we need the water. So we don't have to have a drought to go through these.
Is that a grant program or is that a loan program?
That's a grant program. We also met with Mark Fredericks, who has drilled 75 wells in our valley, 3 of which have been successful. And this type of experience gives him a good understanding of the bedrock and where the water is.
We're not to drill.
Right.
Asked Mark about redeveloping or deepening our existing wells, and he doesn't feel that's a good idea. He feels that the existing 3 deep wells are at the bedrock, and that's about as deep as he's ever found water. Well number 2 is actually, it takes well from the creek area, and he doesn't feel there's any reason to go down deeper or develop it any further. Asks Mark where he would look for additional wells. Mark felt that that Director Indy's location would be the best.
Right in the middle of my house.
And this is shown on the,
Page 120.
Take one for the team.
so you can see Director Indy's house.
This domain's in trouble in this discussion.
This is an extremely expensive proposition. These test wells are $10,000 to $15,000 each. And not only do you bear the risk of not finding water, but then you have to move, try to guess which way the bedrock is moving, try to find the right fissure. So this is tough. The suggestion, if we did go to this route, is to enlist the services of Dr. Curry from Berkeley, because he actually was the one that identified the well 4 and 5 water courses.
Have we reviewed his study at all?
Dr. Curry's? We're in the process.
Because I was curious to see if he had made any recommendations beyond the two sites that we developed successfully.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
He's still practicing his business?
I'm not absolutely certain of
Still
that.
alive?
Yeah, because he was a little ancient when we met.
Right.
No offense.
When was that?
It was a while ago.
Wells 4 and 5 were developed in the early 2000s, so about 10 or 12 years ago.
He's done a lot of studies up here with, not only with regards to Kirkwood, but with regards to Kirkwood Lake and the potential effects on their aquifer. So he's he's done a lot of studies on top of it. I would recommend, recontacting him if it's possible.
I will.
I agree.
I mean, let's go with success.
Right, not 75 wells.
You wouldn't want to use a seance to do it.
Well, we did witch him. We've done that over here.
All right.
We're also looking into the possibility of installing gallery wells. A gallery well is installed into the bed of a water course where the water is pumped to a surface water treatment plant This has some negatives because the water course can't dry up. And Kirkwood Creek actually dries up in quite a few areas. And it's an expensive proposition because you have to pay for the piping and for the treatment, because this is surface water, just like Caples Lake would be, and you have to treat that water, and treating water is an expensive proposition. So we've been looking at, obviously, quite a few sources of different water in our needs, which leads us to the subject of water stage alert. Back in 2007, the board approved a water stage alert system which enacted certain water restrictions based on aquifer level. Mainly dealing with irrigation water, these restrictions go through 4 stages, limiting activities until under a stage 4 water emergency. The use of water for other than domestic purposes is prohibited. So there would be, under a water emergency, there is no watering of landscape and cars, etc. This was distributed at the last board meeting, and we took input on that and have adjusted the version that's in your packet based on that impact. Some of the input that we received was to modify the level for stage 2 water shortage from 55 feet to 70 foot, and for all stages to allow that stage to be called at the discretion of the board. We've also limited the amount of time that outdoor irrigation could be used to 45 minutes per zone during the times, 3 days a week, and for watering with a handheld device for the same time periods rather than for all day long. Stage 3 goes from 50 to 60 feet, also at the discretion of the board. Stage 4 goes from 40 to 50 feet, and everything else is shown. So district staff recommends 2 actions. One is that the next steps as defined as far as the water rights be approved by consensus of the board. There's no expense there, it's just a consensus of direction, and that the board approve resolution 1402 modifying the water stage alert program.
Spanish, I have just one clarification. And what we have in our packet, this is stage 2 water shortage. It's item 3E. Watering with a handheld hose or drip irrigation system is permitted every day between the hours of 8 p.m. and 10 a.m. That's been modified. It's not shown here. It's been modified to say watering with a handheld hose or drip irrigation system is permitted between the hours of 8 p.m. and 10 a.m. on the water days for each association. Is that what that? It's just not limited to the 45 minutes as is other irrigation, but it is limited to those days. Okay, thanks.
So you're looking for approval for 1402?
Yes.
And I gather the planning committee has read through all this stuff and recommends approval of 1402?
Yes, sir.
And what about the water rights?
Well, so Michael described an initial step, which is, a no-cost step to kind of feel out the water board. And after that, I think it gets more serious. You didn't describe the next few steps on the flow chart, but it would be basically us putting in an application for our water rights. I think that's the right term, application, and there's a $10,000 fee for that, so it becomes non-trivial if we start down the path. I think after the initial discussion with the water board, we'll bring it back to the board here with a recommendation about whether or not we start down that path and how much we understand about all the possible ways that path might go.
Yeah, my comment at the planning committee meeting, and the thing is, I'm not really concerned about it because Michael is very good at approaching these agencies and working with these agencies. But I think it needs to be recognized from the beginning in the discussions with the State Water Board, even informally, that the 200 acre feet have already, that's a settled issue. It's not whether or not it can be drawn down, it's just the details and the environmental reviews are necessary, but that's not the question. So it's just with that positive notion, stepping forward into discussions, I think that's important. And that our consultants understand that as well.
So I saw a note in there from Tom Cumpston, which is a name from the past, and you met with him, and what was his position? He's the general counsel for EID?
Yeah, I met with him and Jim Abercrombie, who used to be the general manager of Amador Water Agency. And they were extremely helpful and supportive of our project, and felt that we were having a good goodwill relationship, especially with the Out Valley electrical line going in. And they would stated that they would not protest our application as long as we came into agreement that we would remunerate them for the lost hydroelectric profits that they would have off our 70-acre foot that they could make downstream.
Okay, does somebody want to make a motion to approve Resolution 1402?
I'll move that we adopt Resolution 1402.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. And then the consensus of the board is for you to pursue those water rights. Item,
Does that entail entering into an engineering services agreement with Wagner?
Not yet. No, that's the,
I noticed in one of his talking points what I believe to be an error, and that's on page 107. He says, "Note the water taken out of cables for snowmaking."
go back into cables like.
Yeah. All right. Okay. You caught that one too?
Yeah.
Oh, good. All right. But the rest of us went.
Oh, well, it said if you take water out of Caples Lake and we use it in the valley, then we put it into our, leach fields and whatever, and it goes back into Caples Lake, I don't think water flows uphill.
It ends up in
Also,
Kirkwood,
yeah,
which
it
ends
goes-
up in Slide Park.
Yeah. Yes.
Folsom. Okay. So you caught that too?
Yeah.
Great.
moving on to
Used to be a
8I.
plumber.
That's all that.
Still, yeah.
Continued review and possible action regarding, it's good to have a plumber.
Yeah, that's the goal.
Regarding the revision of Kirkwood Meadows Public Utility District's capacity study and potential impacts on developer connection fees. I think, Michael, you wanted us to handle 8I and J together?
No, we decided against that. We're going to handle the capital plan under I, which is basically where this is heading, and then Jill will be doing the budget assumptions under J. So I'm excited to present the district's capital plan, which has been divided into two components. The capacity component for those expenses needed to provide for additional capacity in infrastructure to allow the district to serve new customers through build-out. Capacity costs are funded through connection fees or, in the case of fire department, through impact fees. An example of capacity would be the drilling of a new well for additional capacity like we did back in 1993 for for East Meadows. We actually drilled a new well for capacity. The replacement component are for expenses related to the wear and tear of existing infrastructures. Replacement costs are funded through rates. The replacement of an aging collection line in existing subdivision is an example of a replacement cost. Some projects have properties of both capacity and replacement, such as the membrane replacement project. The project not only replaced existing membranes due to wear and tear, but also provides for needed capacities to serve future customers. The wastewater treatment plant upgrade built the structure to allow for serving existing customers and new customers through build-out. Both the replacement and capacity components equals the capital plan. So here's the combined capital plan. I've expanded it to a 35-year plan. It allows for improvements to service needs through build-out while maintaining existing infrastructure. Note that there's of course the enterprise funds such as water, wastewater, propane and electric where connection fees apply, but I've also included the more government funds such as employee housing, snow removal, and those which don't have connected connection charges. Because it comes from two different places, we need to put this into the budget to allow for those expenses, even though connection charges. So there's kind of two different sets of monies that are coming in. To fund these existers, the district would include the costs associated into the 5-year budget and begin steps to initiate new connection fees. As presented, the new fees do not amount to a large increase, just more of a rearrangement, except for the fire department, which is dramatically underfunded and would require a $1 per square foot increase in the impact fee if we follow the existing capacity component. As has been brought up in the Finance Committee, there are different ways of getting fire department funds, and it should be noted that both of our engines downstairs were not purchased through connection or impact fees. They were purchased mainly through grants. Our large engine down there was purchased through a FEMA grant, which we initiated, and actually both were done through government grants. So that is another source that is not identified in this study, but it's a good point. So I think that if you've looked at this, you've seen we start with the capacity component. This is the water program, and this shows the needs for future development. This has the Caples Lake water cost estimate, storage estimates, wellhead improvements, distribution system improvements, a total, and then in blue you get into the replacement components. This is more what you're used to seeing only on a 5-year plan. This is now a 35-year plan, but this shows the replacement that we've shown as far as our replacement component, and then we have the totals of each plan. The wastewater shows the wastewater treatment plant, the integrated SCADA system that we talked about. Here's membranes. Note that membranes is listed not only in the capacity component, but it's also listed under the replacement component as funded through both levels. Once again, and there's the totals. Employee housing shows the expense as a capacity of a new housing development plus the replacement component of the existing housing. And so you'll see the totals there. Fire department, this is where you see the capacity component for the fire department, the replacement component, etc. Electric has the way that the Out Valley project is what our engineers estimate of the additional cost that it costs to put in a 10 megawatt line rather than a 5 megawatt line is included as a capacity line. And then the upgrades to the powerhouse to continue to provide resource adequacy and redundancy is included in line 2. That only goes up to 8 megawatt, by the way, so at some point that would be not enough. Propane capacity, that's basically another propane tank, another vaporizer, replacement for the existing. And then we get into the snow removal. Now this is only snow removal for district needs. So this is not expanding our services to include Kirkwood Meadows Drive. This is only for an additional trackless to do around district facilities. Everything else is paid for by the individual contracts that we have with the associations. Replacement for our existing material, cable, Parks and Rec doesn't have much of a component, solid waste. Then we get into our totals. And here are existing connection fees. We estimate that there's 753 residential units to be built. And we have existing connection fees, which are shown under existing, the $1,916, $6,030, et cetera. These numbers, water and wastewater, came from a 1990 ordinance and are fairly outdated, and I don't feel they're defendable anymore. I feel that the numbers that we're showing under column D, under water, wastewater, electric and propane, they're more defendable. The total cost using these numbers is fairly similar, and that just actually happened. It was not, we didn't go backwards on this thing. Except for fire department, which shows an increase for fire impact, and once again, that does not take into any account any grants that could be had. One other additional component that Director Indy might relate to, because it was his idea, is that the board may want to consider to adding a line to the water, wastewater, fire department, propane, and electric connection fees to allow for the building of future employee housing. This is an idea that we don't have the authority to establish an HUD. We don't have the authority to have an overall binding. But we do have the authority to provide essential services, and one of the ways that we provide essential services is to provide housing for critical staff here in the valley. So it's totally acceptable, and it has been confirmed that we could have a line called employee housing in those enterprise funds. And so with that, district staff looks for direction from the board, but would like to entertain moving forward on placing a revised version of this in the budget for funding purposes and pursuing a revision of the revised connection fees. And that's concludes my report.
Anything other, excuse me, do you have any comments you'd like to make at this point?
Well, first off, where you put employee housing in, the timing seemed a little different than what we discussed before. You said that specifically that you were thinking somewhere in the 3 to 5 year time frame, and here it's kind of 2021. So I just know that it's different. If there's anything you'd like to comment on about when you think building employee housing is.
Oh, I would think that sooner the better. The 3 to 5 seems to work out as soon as the funds are raised. That would be.
So it might make sense to put it in 3 to 5 years rather than 6 or 7 years. So on the employee housing topic, of course, this is something that we've had lots of discussions on. I think we're going to talk about it more during the course of this meeting, but it is clear that there is an item here that is a difficult negotiation, specifically with KCP. We've made it clear that the KCP position and ours are quite disconnected in terms of where funds have to be coming from, and whether or not KCP is going to participate or be allowed to use deed restriction transfer logic to avoid being a contributor. So I think that, as I considered how we have a need, which I absolutely believe in, to build quality housing in the valley for our own employees, that if there are alternate ways that we can do that, then we should explore those alternatives. And doing it through connection fees is something that is fairly straightforward, because the board can do that on its own authority. And we could then assess those connection fees on developers, KCP included. So I think in that regard, it becomes a feasible approach, and I would ask the Finance Committee to consider connection fees in 2 scenarios. One, which doesn't address employee housing, and one which absolutely does address employee housing and says if we have to raise the money through connection fees, this is what the connection fees would look like as a direct result.
Let me ask you a question about that, and I have some questions about the spreadsheet.
Sure.
So if we take $10,746 as the proposed new connection fee, and multiply it by 753, you get about $8 million, and our total expense is $12.4 million. So where does the extra 4.4 comes from? Property taxes or something else?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, there's areas that we don't receive connection fees for.
Okay, so we already have so connection fees only cover 2/3 of our total capital needs currently, before we consider employee
Yes.
housing?
Yes.
Okay, so I
Well,
just
the
want,
total capacity.
yeah.
Well, related to capacity. Oh, no, it was
I'm just doing,
Yeah.
I'm just multiplying two numbers.
That
going
$12
out.
million might be as much as a couple of $1 million inflated because of the potential for other people to buy us fire engines.
Sure. Well, I was just saying the source of funds either needs to be grants or property taxes
Right.
that we're not proposing. These connection fees are unlikely to cover the full amount as defined before we consider employee housing. I just wanted to,
That's absolutely correct.
okay.
And that also doesn't include commercial space, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. That's, 753 is the residential.
Residential.
There are, currently, it's about 100,000 square foot or so of commercial space. We're allowed up to 195,000. So there was a couple of assumptions that we made. One is that we didn't know if we were going to build 753 units. So we left a commercial space, which would be charged, but it's hard to determine how much commercial space and what it would be charged, because it's not charged it's charged on a flow rate based on residential usage. So if you have you have to do an engineer's calculation on your flow, and then it's divided by the residential.
Okay, that's fine. And so in considering employee housing, what's the general dollar amount that we need to?
1.7?
1.7, then you got parking structure.
Yeah, so it's,
So I think it is in there, it's 1.7.
oh yeah, it's 1.7?
On line 248.
Okay, so the 1.7 is already included?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, good. Then I have one other question about the spreadsheet. It's the total revenues line starting at 312 and going down.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand what that is, because if I look at this spreadsheet, like on water, it's the sum of the expenses plus the connection fees. So I'm just not sure how to interpret those numbers. Because line 258, I don't want to debug the spreadsheet in front of a live audience, but if you could make sure that those
Yeah, I will.
those reflect what you intended.
I will.
They don't quite add up to me, we can cover that offline.
So,
Okay.
is that your?
Yeah, those are my 2 points, and thanks for clarifying, Bob.
So my main comment is about the electric, not that I question the engineer's estimate of 1.6 million for capacity and so on. I just think that when it comes to the electric system, new users coming in, I think we're answering the wrong question about what new users should contribute essentially to the cost of the Out Valley system. And that $1.6 million is wildly off in terms of fairness or in terms of appropriateness. So what I would like to do is ask the Finance Committee to consider a different way of looking at that. And again, I don't know whether this would be called a connection fee or a reimbursement fee or a buy-in fee or something else. And I don't even know what we're authorized to be able to do under state law. But I do think that that if we recognize that the reason we're spending $37 million is not because of capacity. We could have spent a lot less money and gotten the capacity out of the powerhouse. But it was because of concerns about diesel, the price of diesel, the environmental friendliness of diesel, reliability issues with generators, with an island system, and with a desire to be able to buy green energy or energy from non-carbon sources. Those were the drivers behind doing the Out Valley, not capacity. So my feeling is that everybody in the valley, both current homeowners and future homeowners, should pay essentially equal amounts for all the benefits that we're getting. Now this makes two assumptions. My thoughts make two assumptions. One assumption, and I think they're both good assumptions. The first one is that we intend to keep that Out Valley system in good working order in perpetuity, or at least for the 35 years that we have debt. That we're not going to allow some portions of it go defunct that will then require a major capital project to rebuild it in some fashion. That over time, that as transformers fail or switches fail or whatever happens, that in fact, we will be covering those costs, those replacement costs, through our rate fee, through our rates. The portions that are associated with maintenance and the portion that may be associated with depreciation. So that we will have money to keep the line in good condition through at least 35 years of our RUS loans. And the second assumption is that we intend to pay down the debt so that rates will go down over time. And so that we'll get down into the 40 or 45 cent kilowatt hour eventually. And some of it will be paid down more quickly than other parts, and others will be paid down more slowly, but it will be paid down. So with those two assumptions, it seems to me that there's a different kind of calculation that can be made, which causes everybody who's using the system, both current and future, to pay the same amount, basically. And I think it's a pretty straightforward calculation, but I think that, which I'd be happy to share with Bob and so on, my thoughts on that. But
Yeah.
it's more of a stance. First of all, should future property owners only pay for the 1.6 million associated with the Out Valley, or should they also pay for all the other benefits? Or is it better policy to subsidize future homeowners so that we
Get the load.
so we get the load? Although the way the calculation goes, it's actually a lower fee for a number of years before it becomes a higher fee. So for example, for the KCP project that would come in, if it gets permitted and so on, in the next year or two, it would be a substantially lower fee than what's shown there.
So let me just comment on, first of all, I think I'd be very happy to take that on and look at it as representing the committee. We did do that 3 years ago to try to think about those issues. We didn't reach a resolution, but we also came up in some cases with numbers that might discourage construction, and that's clearly not the goal. It's to come up with something fair that doesn't discourage it. So I think it'd be good to relook at it and look at a couple
Well,
of
just so you know, I mean, my preliminary, really just making it rough, I didn't go back and look at all of Howard Barnes' numbers, and I didn't look at lots of things, I just was going by memory. But I was coming up with something like this particular fee stepping up in the order of probably $700 a year in increments for 35 years. So yeah, out in year 20, out in year 30, it's a substantial number. But in year 20 or year 30, of course, and it's the same number because it doesn't inflate, because it's basically, it's like paying off a mortgage, it's a constant number.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's
So
not,
anyway,
it's not as scary as it may seem, is what I'm trying to say.
I'd be happy to dig back up what we did a couple of years ago as part of what was then called the Energy Finance Committee.
Yeah.
But I'll also I think the other lens we want to put on it is to make sure that we, ultimately, we need more people using the system, and we don't want to discourage construction, but we'd like to do something.
I understand that. But I do think that if that's the policy approach we want to take, we need to be clear that that's a subsidy in order to encourage growth.
Yeah.
Just like the state of New Mexico might give Hewlett Packard a subsidy to build a plant.
Or Tesla to do a battery factory.
Exactly.
Less specific.
Well, for starters, I think your assumptions are right. I wouldn't disagree with any of the assumptions,
No.
which is we're going to keep the line in good working order through.
Right,
O&M
and right now,
depreciation.
normally you would take depreciation and you would set that aside to cover replacement. We're using all of our depreciation to pay down the debt. That's the shortest path to reducing rates.
Standish, are you taking, or President O'Grady, are you taking any public comment?
Any other comments from the board at this point? Yes.
So I wanted to make Two comments. One, I guess just about what you were just talking about, and just from my experience in working with many corporations and developers and getting permits in the Bay Area, sometimes a great big subsidy, like for the Tesla plant or, Adobe, please come to San Jose, that's worth $10 million is attractive to people, but I've never seen any client of mine ever saying the connection fees here are higher than there, and therefore I'm going to choose that location. It's just not that much money. The second comment I wanted to make, which is near and dear to my heart, is I would really urge the board to do everything you can to collect fees for employee housing. I think, as we all know, affordable housing in the state of California is disappearing rapidly, and it's a frightening thing to think up here that we don't have enough employees to support the basic needs. And in addition to the basic needs, I think we've all learned how wonderful it is to have some long-term PUD employees that we know and we care about, that are living close by and feel that they are not living in some youth hostel that's been here since 1975, but is something that's decent housing. And so I would urge you to do everything you can to collect that kind of fee, and the sooner the better. I mean, if it turns out that you have a connection fee that has an employee housing fee in it, and then 3 years from now something changes with Alpine County, you can always reduce fees. Nobody ever complains when you reduce fees. And finally, if you set up an affordable housing subcommittee or something like that, I volunteer to be on it.
Did that in minutes.
Thank you for those comments. What do you mean if something happens to Alpine County, you can always reduce?
Oh, I just meant, I thought I understood
Fair
what
share.
Bob was talking about, is that perhaps Alpine County, sorry, I just skied over here, through the evaluation of the specific plan, decides to change their ordinance, and doing a change in the ordinance, especially if KCP doesn't agree, and it might take 2 years to do it, and then, in 2.5 years, maybe there's some fee that's coming in through county regulation. But I'm saying that I urge you not to wait for that, but to use your powers to have a connection.
I think this makes sense. I think the first idea that came up, I think you rightly suggested it was, well, let's look at the connection fee as a way to inspire all parties to come to the table and agree on a change to the ordinance. And if that couldn't be quickly orchestrated, then we would say, yeah, we're going to implement the connection fee thing instead. You're suggesting reversing that order. I think that's a perfectly valid suggestion. That way we can put something in place immediately and modify it later if the ordinance mechanism could be worked through. But everybody agrees, since you're in 3 counties and you've got to go in front of board supervisors and planning boards and so on, there's 9 stops on that trolley line, so it's going to get to the finish line quickly.
And not to mention the fact that I've never seen negotiation with whoever it is, whatever you call them, KCP, is anything that's going to take 2 weeks.
Peter, that's directed at you.
Sure, well, if you would just agree with me.
Welcome, Peter. Your point was that it took us 2 years to do mellow routes.
Yeah. I don't know who that is. I didn't direct the comments personally.
So with that in mind, this might have been before you stepped in, I'm not sure, but I did say, as part of deliberating the employee housing thing, let's have the finance committee, as they contemplate the connection fees, do 2 scenarios for us, with and without connection fees being the mechanism by which we get the employee housing funds. And I think as soon as we see those numbers, we can have an informed board level discussion about whether or not we want to implement connection fees that include employee housing, yea or nay. And that could be soon, relatively speaking, soon, as opposed to changing ordinances, which is relatively speaking not soon at all.
Sounds interesting.
So can I recap a few directives here so that I have this, because I would like to fast track this. I would like to have this possibly to a point where we call for a public hearing at the next meeting. So with that said, as Bob just mentioned, to include a capital plan capacity component that includes employee housing costs for the 4 essential services, so that can be integrated into the plan or not, based on board approval. Secondly, to take a look at Director Rickard's recommendation for revisiting of the electric capacity charge, and bring those items before finance so that a more of a finalized plan can be presented at the next board meeting and a recommendation for a public hearing. In fact, we might be able to do a public hearing at the next board meeting if Stan chooses to call for one. And I'd like to continue to solicit Alan Sapp's help on this, as he's been helping all along.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about having it ready in 4 weeks when there's only one finance committee the Monday before, and there's 5 other items that we're working on. So I think doing it by May is aggressive enough, but doing it by April is probably not going to allow enough time to do it well.
Well,
That
the
would be
calling
my
of a
concern.
public hearing takes a 30-day notice, so it would be more of a...
You're saying call it.
Oh, the call for the hearing, not
Right.
to actually happen. Okay, sure.
Before, the one additional request is for you and Jill or whoever to totally verify this spreadsheet, because I had the same concern that Bob had, and this is the first time I've seen the spreadsheet, so I assume it's been through planning a couple times?
We looked at the capital piece, but I don't know that we looked at it.
We
We
did
all
look
looked at
at
the spreadsheet, the revenue piece was where you were pointing out that there were some issues, right?
I just want to take the thing as state of the art, perfect. Alan, you had a comment?
I just wanted to kind of take the 30,000-foot view on employee housing and suggest that, the goal of the current regulations is to ensure the building of more employee housing, not the transfer of funds from one party to another. So if the district is serious about taking on employee housing, we should look at it from the long-term picture. If we're going to build 750 units in the valley, and to make the math easy, since it's 1 bedroom to 10 bedrooms, I'm going to say that we probably need 700 or 75 employee units that are the average number of bedrooms of a house, that we think about collecting fees that would build 75 units of employee housing and make sure that we can have the space, if we're going to take on this obligation, to do that.
I'm not sure that the mechanism that we're talking about easily accommodates that. I think you pointed out, Michael, that if we used connection fees to collect monies for employee housing, that it would be employee housing for KMPUD only, because that's all that we are in fact allowed to deal with. We're not an HUD, so we can only build our own employee housing, which is a lot of rocks too.
Okay.
The other monies, in the ordinance view of the world, the one that exists today, I think the intent is to create employee housing that could be used by any employee, and if we switch to an in lieu fee, that would potentially provide monies that could be used by us to do Lava Rocks too. It could also be used by Vail to improve existing housing stock or create new housing stock, whatever they choose to do to meet the objective, as you rightly stated it. But if we go to the connection fee alternative, Vail doesn't get to participate in that picture, unfortunately. It just doesn't. If they develop something, they gotta pay a connection fee, but they can't draw any money back out of that pool to improve their housing stock. So that's a downside to the connection fee model. The other one, I think, is that somebody who builds an individual home today does not get pulled into the picture at all. They pay no connection fee to support employee housing. In the future, if we use connection fees, the person building an individual home, in fact, would have to pay the same connection fee everybody else does. So that's a significant difference. I'm not sure if you consider that an enhancement or a detractor to the overall picture, but it's certainly a difference, which is not trivial.
And the second part of my big picture question is, even though the existing ordinance is terribly formulated, let's not preclude developers that want to build their own employee housing within their project from doing that, even though it's not really financeable.
Yeah, the ordinance, in fact, allows for that, right?
That's correct. So let's not double charge people if they choose to do it themselves.
And your statement was that the existing ordinance is terrible?
Yes. It's not workable, and I'll tell you why, is that if a developer in a high-density project builds those employee housing units, the employees can't get a mortgage. I mean, unless the developer wants to continue to hold them and rent them, which I would suggest probably isn't going to happen, that the deed restrictions required by the ordinance make it not financeable.
Well, then you get into the buying and selling of deed restrictions. That's the countermeasure to try to
Well,
ameliorate
and
that,
that's
right?
what we did at Lost Cabin, was we built deed restricted units. People came in, bought those units with some help on getting a mortgage, and then turned around and flipped off the deed restriction and then sold those units at market values that created a huge value stream for themselves.
And when you say flipped off the deed restriction, meaning they paid somebody else to take it?
Yes.
I actually agree with that, and I think you'll find most cities that have inclusionary ordinances that require like 10% or 15% of the units that are built have to be below market rate units. And more cities are saying, we want you to pay the fees because we think a lava rock type organization is going to be better than having these units interspersed. It's just, the money goes a lot farther.
I think everybody that's expressed an opinion, I agrees with that completely. The KCP people, not to put words in your mouth, but Nate has specifically said he doesn't think that the current ordinance is a good way to create employee housing units for exactly the reason that's been described. You end up with a hodgepodge of stuff that's kind of spattered around in different developments, and it doesn't equal a coherent employee housing picture.
Cheryl?
While I see some merit to the connection fee approach to this from the PUD's perspective in terms of taking care of your employee needs to provide your services in the valley, I've always found that this board has looked at things more broadly than that in terms of the entire community. I mean, we need more, if we're going to build more units, we need more other kinds of people here than just PUD people. So I would sort of encourage you to follow some of Alan's train of thought, you know, with how we could respond to this from a total valley perspective. I think that would be healthier for the community in the long run.
So I certainly agree with that. I think you were in the last TriTac meeting when I made a position statement. And the first thing that was on that position statement was that we absolutely support Dale's right and interest in having good employee housing for Vail. And I don't back away from that. I would only say that the connection fee proposal came to the table because certain parties have indicated an unwillingness to put monies into employee housing, and I think that's just extremely unfortunate and very short-sighted. And if there's a way that we have to meet our needs by getting around that, we'll damn sure do so.
Sounds like a lively topic to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, get all the status we
Michael, are you looking for anything other than discussion on 8I? Which is the...
No, just for direction, which I think I introduced it. And I will continue to work with the Finance Committee and specifically Member Sapp to get this before the committee so that next time we can call for a public hearing, hopefully call for a public hearing with the more near finalized document.
Well, I agree with your position, Alan. We should look at it from a big picture perspective. And if there's a whole community way of solving this, that would be great. Because I haven't had a lot of exposure to Vail or Casey, but I have heard some of his remarks about the employee housing that he bought, which are negative. So moving on to 8J, which is budget planning and formulation assumptions. That's Jill.
Hi. So we've started some work on the 2015 budget. The plan, when this budget is complete, is to have a 5-year. But I'm just going to go over some of our initial assumptions for the 2015. On an overall assumption, we have estimated that revenues will increase only by the CPI, which we're assuming is going to be 1 to 2%. I've assumed 1.2%. And also that our current G&A allocations are going to remain the same as they are now. And then for individual, I just did some summaries for our 4 major departments: water, wastewater, electric, and propane. So I'd like to go over some of those and our initial assumptions on those. I'll start with water. In the first column is our 2014 budget. Our second column is our projected year actuals. And what I've done there is taking our actuals through January and then taken the budget February through June to get those numbers. And the third column is an initial projection for the 2015 budget. So for water, our domestic shows an increase of 1.2% in revenue. The irrigation shows a 10% decrease in our usage. If we're going to do a water stage alert, we're going to assume that we're going to have less production for irrigation. Let's see. The reason that our revenues for the 2015 budget, commercial and residential, is down is I've added a third column for usage. We didn't budget usage in 2014. We just made that change as of November 2014. We're charging $4 per 100 cubic feet. So that does throw off our budgeted numbers in commercial and residential. And our other revenue is up in the 2015 budget because we'll have a full year of meter charges. And for expenses, everything, we're just showing a 1% increase, except for interest expense and depreciation. With the water meter project being complete in July, we'll be expensing all of the interest for the COP that we've been capitalizing to date. And with the completion of that, our depreciation will also go up. For wastewater, revenues are up 4.5%. I'm using the CPI increase and then also the approved 3.5% increase. We approved to increase revenues 3.5% over 3 years. And with other revenue, those are also up because of the meter charges. Interest expense and depreciation for expenses are up in wastewater. The membrane project is complete, so interest, the full year of interest will be expensed and depreciation will go up with that in place. Everything else is remaining stable. Electric is our biggest unknown right now. We're showing the CPI increase and also looking at Howard's most current financial forecast. He shows that in 2014 there is a 3.5% rate increase. So we've put that. The biggest issue I'm having right now is that our production is down from budget, and his financial forecast shows that in 2014 we're going to produce 7 million kilowatt hour, and in this budget we're only assuming 6.5. So I've talked to him. We're going to work closely to see what we need to do to match our numbers.
What's his forecast for snow levels for next fiscal year?
That's
I mean,
that's our
the
big issue,
Right.
right? Are we going to assume that we're going to have this year? That's the biggest thing all around with this budget. This is a hard one.
Right.
To predict.
And that, and a potential contingency if there is a fire hazard all summer that stops construction.
With that not happening,
Right.
we're going to assume for expenses, diesel fuel has gone down dramatically. We're assuming as of November, when we go online with the Out Valley, that our diesel costs are going to be reduced by 85%. And salary and wages are going down. We're assuming that we will, once Out Valley goes online, Powerhouse will be in standby and we'll have 3 full-time electric operations. Would be the same with our payroll taxes and employee benefits. Operating expenses do go up. We're assuming that for November through June that there will be $20,000 in Out Valley maintenance costs. And also included in operating expenses is the 7.25 cent cost per kilowatt hour to pay to PG&E.
That's something I said I didn't understand. When you say going to PG&E, I mean, they're not our power supplier. So is that a generalization, or is that actual money we're sending to PG&E?
That's our power procurement cost.
Okay. I really recommend that we separate it, so there's no confusion, because that's not money going to PG&E. However, I think we need a line item for the maintenance O&M we're paying PG&E, and I don't know what you're assuming currently.
That is included, and it's, I think, assumed based on Michelle's latest numbers, right?
Yes.
Okay, but we're not paying them per kilowatt hour. It's a flat amount. So
Right.
were you showing it?
It's all included in operating expenses for now. I can break each of one of those
I think
out.
we should break it out because that's an opportunity for negotiation still at PG&E, and the pain of that number should be very visible.
Yeah.
And stay visible, because it may be more expensive than the power. So I just recommend keeping that separate and the power procurement separate, because we do have some opportunities in both of those.
Easily done.
Okay.
For electric, interest expenses going up, same with depreciation. If Out Valley goes online in November, we'll no longer be capitalizing the interest expense for that. And the cost will go up for depreciation on those same lines. Propane is, we're assuming it's going to stay pretty stable just with the CPI increase. The only thing that we've changed so far on expenses is operating expenses will go down. We just had the propane inspection, and that's only required every 5 years. So we're assuming to save $10,000 based on last year's actuals for that. So this is definitely still a work in progress. My main focus is on electricity right now. Howard says as soon as we get some detailed numbers down, he'll work closely with me to make sure we're on the same page. The biggest issue is how are we going to assume, with this low snow year, what do we want to assume going forward?
Could you put units, key performance indicators, just like propane, I assume that's cubic feet or something like that?
Oh, sure.
And water's gallons
Yep.
and so forth. Where did you find the breakout, Bob, that you were talking about? Was that in some spreadsheet somewhere? 7.5 cents, part of it is wholesale power cost and the other is O&M.
In the transition to consolidating all the documents, I know it was in a document that
It's
I
in the
looked
budget
at.
assumptions.
Okay.
Oh, great.
But I think it's in this file, but it wasn't in another one. Okay, if it's in all of them. It's in this one, but the board book version of this I don't think you had that line.
Oh.
That's where,
Right.
that's where it might be confusing. But with the new system, there's
I see it. Never mind.
version control becomes
With
less.
the new system, which we will be
Yeah.
entertained
Yeah,
later.
We
this
need
is
to
the
speed
last
it up.
board meeting where
It's
we'll ever
supposed to
have that
happen.
problem.
So you're looking for direction to continue to proceed to the next step on that budget development timeline we discussed at the last meeting and approved.
Yeah.
And you said we can rely on.
Yes. This is a good start
I agree.
for me to get going on it and realize what needs more work and now. So I'm going to continue to do that. My biggest challenge right now is just assuming on the year that we're having, but we're going to get through that.
The other challenge is your computer needs to be upgraded.
He doesn't like tech
Yeah, I'll
computers.
say.
Okay. Any other comments on the budget stuff from the audience? 8K, presentation and possible approval of Loop Road electrical line and propane line installation construction project.
Brandy, what's our
Brandy.
load right now?
It was 2.3 megawatts just a second ago. Pulled up on my screen right there.
These people need to ski faster.
They do.
They're doing an excellent job parking today. They have really been prepared for this crowd. They were beginning their preparations 2 days ago, and really impressive on what they've done to assist their parking. I think they had some parking challenges last weekend, and today.
Well, they had more fresh snow to deal with.
That's true.
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
Big.
Okay, back on April 12th, 2012, we had a multi-hour electric outage that was caused by a ground fault over on the north side of Loop Road. The ground fault happened in an old splice that had been reburied, and we were able to get the power back on pretty quickly by isolating the fault and backfeeding from the other side. That year, we addressed that section of direct bury cable with the Loop Road project phase 1. So that took us from the vault on the north entrance of Loop Road all the way down to the youth hostel transformer. And this year, we plan to continue that project with phase 2 and phase 3 of the Loop Road project. We still have direct bury cable running from the hostel through the lower shop parking lot and over to the vacuum switch at the lower shop. That affects not only the distribution system as a whole, because we have that additional direct bury section there, but it also affects our vaporizers down on Loop Road here. The new system, the water bath vaporizers, must have a continuous electric supply. So our plan this summer is to replace the 3-phase segment from the youth hostel over to the lower shop vacuum switch. We're also going to reroute it. So not only will we put it in conduit, but we'll pull it out to the road so that we can be in a utility easement, not have to go through the lower shop lot. And we plan to run an electric line from the wastewater treatment plant over to our vaporizers while we have the road opened up. That will allow us to run the vaporizers in the event of an emergency that takes down our regular distribution system. So we won't be dealing with an electric outage and a propane outage at the same time. When we have that electric section of the project completed, we will only have 2 areas left where we know we have direct bury in our system. And those are the lines that run from Chair 1 over to the backside and the lines that run out to the end. And neither of those is district responsibility. Now, we did get a surprise with the direct bury, the small direct bury section over by Red Cliffs Lodge. So there could be other areas, but we know those 2 large areas remain. In addition to the electric, we have a propane component of this project, and what that entails is up on Kirkwood Meadows Drive, we have one end of our system. And down here coming out of the meadow, we have another end of our system. They're not connected right now. So the engineer at Kiva Propane has advised that while our pressures are stable right now, with future build out, we could stress the system by only feeding one route. So making the connection would allow for stability in the system pressures for future build out. And probably equally important, it would give us two directions to feed commercial core. So if we had to shut down a valve or pull out a section of the line to do maintenance or add an additional customer, we wouldn't have to relight the whole commercial establishment. So those are our two parts of our propane electric loop road project that we plan to complete this summer, and I just wanted to bring it back to the board. And in the packet there's the picture of our proposition and also our cost estimate of $85,000 for the completion of the project this summer.
And your plan was to do it in-house?
Our plan is to do it in-house, except for some technical tie-ins that Kiva Energy would be assisting with. We're looking for board direction to move forward with this project.
Actually, you're looking for a resolution, right?
Yes. Or a motion, actually.
Motion. I would move that we proceed with the project that Randy's presented in the cost estimate of $85,405.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
It'd be nice if you could make a deal with Vail to get the pavement fixed as part of the project. I'm sure there's more straight in there. 8I, discussion of possible approval of resolution 1406 approving, authorizing, and directing the formation of a 501c3 nonprofit corporation for the benefit of Kirkwood Volunteer Fire Department and the Kirkwood community. Michael?
This item is basically for administrative. We've had difficulties on raising funds in the Kirkwood Volunteer Fire Department Wine Tastings Committee because of the lack of a 501c3 number. Our attorney advises us that we are tax exempt as an entity anyway, but it is a stumbling block for us to receive that. We are already a 501c3. We do already have a number, but it's for our public financing, which we're going to have a meeting. Now, this resolution solidifies board action applying for that. We are actually in the process of applying for this, and I recommend approval of this resolution.
Any discussion?
What's it cost to set up and maintain?
It's $2,300 was the setup cost for us. To maintain it is only the filing of an annual tax statement, which we do currently with the other.
Any comments from the audience? So we have resolution 1406 in here, setting up that 501c3 nonprofit.
I'd like to move that we approve resolution number 14-6. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. And so we're at 8M, review of proposals and possible selection of an auditor for the 2014-15 fiscal year. Manager Sharp and Campbell.
We sent out RFPs for new auditors. We received 3 back. We narrowed it down to 2. The lowest bidders were Bollinger and Moss Adams. Moss Adams is out of California, Rancho Cordova, and with review of the Finance Committee, we wanted to go with Moss Adams with the stipulation that if they could meet the Bollinger cost. We had a meeting, Michael and myself met with Moss Adams, and they did meet Bollinger's cost. So we would like to recommend approving the quote for Moss Adams. We met with them and they stressed communication, which is great. They say, you know, if we sign this as soon as Monday, we'll start planning on what we need to do to get things going. Constant communication is what they strive for, and that's what we need. Everything about them sounded great. Staff member Jen Barstead has worked with them in the past. They used to do Kirkwood Mountain Resorts audit. So we would definitely like to go with them, and we look forward to working with them.
They have RUS clients, they have PCS clients, and they have an office in Rancho Cordova.
And the finance committee evaluated all the bids and agrees with staff's recommendation. So unless we want to discuss auditors, do we need a Peter all day?
Peter does, I'm sorry. I don't want him on the
Let's
slide.
get into it.
God, I just, the next page, it has an employee housing to-do list. We may be here for another week.
We might.
I'd like to motion that we approve going with Moss Adams.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Which concludes section 8, and we're probably 15 minutes behind. So, Michael, do you want to do 9A?
Sure. I'll be brief. As the committee is aware, TriTech and KCP are undertaking a 10-year review of the specific plan. At the February TriTech meeting, the district submitted a list of possible areas of the specific plan which the consultant, which would be doing the 10-year review, should pay close attention to. Director Endy also presented the district's position on employee housing and asked that the subject be included on future agendas. They have conformed to his request, and on Monday, TriTech will be meeting again, and we will be discussing not only areas and the scope of the consultations review, but employee housing. Staff just looked into the establishment of a housing authority, which was one of the items that we have been tasked, and found that we do not have the authority without legislative action. Legislative action is actually possible. That's how we get to do mosquito abatement, is through legislative action. And so that is a possibility down the road. We can provide for our own employees, as has been discussed in the connection fee aspect. One area that I was looking for board direction on this, this is not an action item, and we can't take formal board action on this. It's not in the action item, but I would like to begin work on rewriting the employee housing ordinance along with the planning committee, Bob Endy's help. That is actually, if you're going to take this to the next logical step, it would be rewrite the ordinance that's included in the specific plan, take it to each of the 3 counties, get it approved, and voila, you have a fee in lieu of. So I would like board's consensus to begin working on a revision of the ordinance and have us be the authors of that document, and then put it out to the KCPs and the Vales for their comments on that action. I think that if we put out a document, gain consensus, and then come before the counties with that ordinance, that we could be in a very good position.
Would you discuss that at the next TriTech meeting? This approach, or not?
Yeah, I think I probably want to do it first, and then discuss it when I have it in my hand.
For those of us who haven't attended the meetings,
Planning or traffic? Both.
well, just on the general issue of employee housing, it'd be really helpful for me to understand the other people's outlooks on what they want to accomplish, or encourage them to write a letter to the board expressing their current ideas or views, just so I understand where we're all coming from. And so there's a document that expresses that, and then to the degree to which we can incorporate those into our drafting, that would make it more of a common document where we could.
It's a good idea. We certainly have not asked Vail to do this, and it's,
I mean, this is their opportunity because we're going to be drafting this. They can just tell us, what are your views, what would you like to see? What are you going to do?
yeah, I think we've got a pretty good idea, but I think asking.
Okay,
them to
but
put their
if
own words
you
is-
take the time to put it in writing as a letter to the board, then it's something we can actually work with.
And is there anything you want to say or add to what the Senate employee has?
For all that I said earlier.
Well, you said there was more, that's why I'm asking.
Well, I think
Covered it?
Yeah, pretty well covered it. I'll continue to work with TriTac. It'd be logical to get the 10-year review to have them step up. There is a point of contention here which can't be avoided, which is that the trading of deed restrictions onto properties which we and our legal counsel deem to be inappropriate under the ordinance as written is something that we've asked TriTac to make a clear declaration on. We think they've made a clear declaration on it in the past, but certain parties simply, choose to step over that and say, no, it's really not like that. So we're trying to get some clarity into the picture from the enforcement end, if you will, just so that we can all know what the playing field looks like before we decide, how to suit up and get on the field. TriTac, I don't want to disparage them, but I mean, it's a complicated thing because of the 3 counties and, you just can't ask them for something to get a simple read. It just, it seems elusive, so.
And they're just an advisory committee.
Yeah.
So anything that has to get approved by the 3 boards of supervisors, so that makes it tough. It's
Well,
only
they
enforcement.
would have the ability, though, I think they've got the ability to interpret, to make that judgment, right? I mean, I think that they do have that authority,
And we think they've actually done that.
and we think that they've actually done that.
I was going to ask them to reiterate it for.
But that was in 2005 or something.
Yes.
Michael, do you want to keep going?
Sure. In your packet is performance reporting that has been presented to the Operations Capital Committee, Finance Committee, so it's up there if there's any questions. Electric meter relocates. This is a item that's in the capital plan. District staff is researching the cost to move meters from the chair lifts at chairs 2, 3, and 4 to the valley floor. The reason for doing that would be to stop absorbing the cost of line loss and transformer heating that we now are absorbing all the way back to chair 4. So we're looking at moving those meters to within our distribution. Right now, they're sitting at the end of the service line, and those are direct buried lines. That would also take effect for the Kirkwood Inn line as well. So
Those are not lines that we own.
exactly, but we have a meter, so the meter's on the wrong side of the line.
And we'll do that this summer?
If the board approves it. So,
Are you looking for direction now, or?
nope, just wanted to inform the board that we'd like to get that. One of the items on performance reporting is that we have a loss between what we produce and what we meter. One of the ways that you can narrow that gap is to eliminate your line loss. I think there's a tremendous amount of line loss on direct buried lines, and this is a long section to trying to reduce those 2 numbers.
Well, speaking for my colleagues, we look forward to you coming back with this lower cost proposal in as quick a timeline as possible.
Great, thank you. And then, as per board request, the general manager's objectives, mid-year status, is in the packet for your review. It was presented to the personnel committee, and now it's for the entire board has that. So, and that concludes my manager's report, unless there's any questions.
Did you cover propane vaporizers?
Actually, Brandy's going to cover that.
Okay. Any questions from the board or audience? Manager's report. You're back.
I'm back. I'm stepping in for Rick. I'm just going to give a brief operations report. Chief Ansel has been working to ensure that the volunteer fire department's ISO rating doesn't go down. He has worked on that, and it's been confirmed that the current ISO rating of 4 will remain in place, and we should be receiving confirmation of that shortly, and that was discussed with the Capital and Operations Committee. And just a couple of things to inform you that Operations is doing to stay proactive. We have ordered a new pump for the main lift. It's an $8,000 part, but currently we don't have any backup in case of an emergency. So once that's received, the new pump will be put in place, and the existing pump will be taken out, cleaned out, and shelved in case of an emergency. We'll have some redundancy. Also with electric vaults, we're keeping up on those as storms come in. We have a priority list of vaults that are being dug out in case of an emergency, ground faults, things like that, that we can get access to right away if needed. And that is all for operations.
It's dug out in the snow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Any questions of Jill? All right, move on to covered.
I think we'll go straight to administrative, if that's all right.
Great.
January financials are in the packet, starting on page 204. The balance sheet is page 204. It shows that as of January, our operating cash is $2,063,000, which is down about $63,000 from plan. There's two things on the budget that I'd like to bring up. As of January, the budget assumed that we would receive a large chunk of property taxes that were actually received in February, which is about $350,000. And then, as I've stated in the past, the budget assumes that Russ interest expense was all going to be paid out of operating, and anything for the Out Valley has actually been paid, has been capitalized and paid out of the Russ fund. And the difference between what was budgeted and what's been capitalized is about $250,000. Accounts receivable is up about $58,000 from plan, and accounts payable is up about $615,000. There were quite a few Out Valley expenses in January that were received late, so it stayed on the accounts payable balance. If there's no questions on the balance sheet, I will go into our income statement. It's page 206, and for January, our operating revenues were down $231,000 from plan, mainly in electric and propane. So for January, our combined net income is $38,500, which is about $189,000 less than plan. Year-to-date revenues are down $293 from plan, with our year-to-date net loss being $280,000, which is $185,000 over plan. A few individual notes. Page 211 is the water department. Operating revenues for January is up $10,500 due to us implementing the usage charge. So our net income for January, our net loss is $11,000, which is $7,300 better than plan. For our year-to-date operating revenues for water is up $37,000 from plan, with our year-to-date net loss being $59,000, which is $37,000 better than planned. For wastewater, our January revenues were down $19,000 from plan, making our net loss for January $10,000 over budget. Our year-to-date net loss in wastewater is $255,000, which is $88,000 better than planned. Electric on page 214. Revenues were also down in January, about 147,000. Our net income for January was about 63,000. We did allocate all of January's property taxes to electric, even though we didn't necessarily need them to make the 1.05 tier ratio. We did have to submit January's Form 7 to Russ, and at the advice of Howard Barnes, the more that we showed above the line in electric for January, the better it would be for our supplemental loan. So we did allocate those.
And Michael, can I ask you just to put those pages up on your computer?
Sure.
So the audience can see what you're on page 214 of the PDF. Sorry, Joe.
Oh, okay. Our year-to-date revenue in electric is down 285,000 from plan. Our year-to-date net income is 104,000, which is 153,000 better than planned. But year-to-date, we have allocated 463,000 of property taxes to electric. Quick note on snow removal. Currently, it does show our year-to-date is up 36,000 from plan. It was brought up at the Finance Committee to look into that, to see if we would potentially be refunding money back to associations. If this continues, all I could do was take our actuals and then budget for the remainder of the year. If we meet budget and expenses, we actually will not be giving a refund. If we go with plan, we'll actually have a $15,000 net loss in snow removal for the year end. Page 217 is propane, and our January revenues are down 72,000 from plan. Expenses are right in line, so our January net income is about $12,000, which is 75,000 worse than plan. Our year-to-date revenues are down 95,000 in propane, with our year-to-date net income of 20,000, which is about 95,000 under budget. Are there any questions on the income statements?
I don't have any question, but I just, just to know, and I realize this is a great oversimplification, but I just look at how we're really doing. I mean, one thing you can do is look at the cash situation, which is good, but how are we doing in terms of matching our rates, et cetera, to all of our services? And I think what this is telling me is, on the combined statement, right, as of right now, year to date, we have a loss of $280,000. We have depreciation of $980,000. So in a sense, an oversimplified way of saying it is, we simply aren't covering all of the ongoing capital improvements that we may need to do in the future. I mean, if depreciation represents that, we're covering $700,000 of it, but we're not covering the $280,000 of it.
Yeah.
Although it's yet another funny year because, we're not expensing, we're capitalizing our interest costs. And Jill's going to talk about the cash forecast next, I think.
There's an updated cash waterfall on page 219.
Before we move on, can I just ask one question on propane?
Sure.
Our revenues were off $72,000 through obviously lower usage, but the propane fuel cost, even net of the fuel surcharge, was right on budget. What happened? And how can we spend that much on propane when there's no usage?
You brought that up during finance. I haven't had a chance to look into that, but we will get back to the finance committee on it.
And that the loss flowed right to the bottom line, which is an eye-opener.
We will respond.
I have a question, I apologize for backing you up, but you went through snow removal, and the concluding statement was we would not envision having a refund.
Correct.
And that seems counterintuitive, given the weather pattern. Help me quickly understand that, because I'm sure everybody in the homeowners association is going to want to understand it too.
I'm taking January actuals and then budgeted for February through June. And we didn't budget for a low snow year. So if expenses are down because of a low snow year, then this may change. I'm just taking a snapshot of.
I got you. So there's still months to come which are budgeted as a regular snow year, and we may spend less money because, yeah.
Exactly. All of our revenues are shown as being received so far. We do it.
Sure.
But if we can lower expenses, then things will change.
Thanks.
For the cash waterfall, our
Can I just make one general comment before we go into cash? I really think that the way we present the propane and electric, we're really not trying to make money off of the fuel surcharge.
Yeah.
So right now it looks like a revenue shortfall. And so one way to change this would be to just have a cost of goods sold, where the propane and electricity is probably only the fuel. And that way we can take the actual costs and the others and not have that be a revenue shortfall. The other thing is that we also store some of this. So if we stored extra propane and then didn't do it, then that's gonna, I don't know if that shows up as a balance sheet item that we would miss, but that could be. I'm
But not
speculating.
taking an inventory of propane.
Yeah,
Cost
but
of
the
goods sold.
way we manage fuel, at least for propane, that's an ongoing thing. For diesel, I realize it's going to be less of a factor in future years, but that might be something we would consider as a change with the next budget, how we present it.
Yeah, I think your cost of goods sold would be a very good idea. Cash, Jim?
Sure. February cash balance is $2,357,000, which is $67,000 down from plan. Two issues on here. Our revenue, obviously, year-to-date is down $293,000 from plan, but we are still also showing the budget, again, shows the RUS interest being paid out of operating. So if we take the revenues being down $293,000 and our RUS interest expense being carried over of $250,000, we are pretty close to online with budget.
You know, we're projecting to end the year pretty much on budget.
Yes.
Any questions on the financials from the board or audience? What's next, Michael? Propane?
What's our load?
If you could say anything and we would believe it.
Sure, I did. 2.3, and when will we hit our peak?
We probably already have. We usually hit it about 11. Okay, so I'll start with the generator testing. That's our annual test required by Great Basin of the emissions control system. We're moving forward with that. It will be a cylinder gas audit this year rather than the RATA that we did last year. We have talked to Great Basin about slightly delaying this test. We were planning originally to do it mid-March, but we've run into a little bit of a time delay for the audit gas bottles we'll need to use for that test. They're usually 6 weeks out, which puts us into April. And we also have an exhaust leak on generator number 3. We think that is on the housing of our diesel particulate filter. We've got the covers pulled off of that, but we'll need a little time to replace the gasket, get some new bolts in. So we're shooting for the week of April 21st on As far as the vaporizers and propane goes, Kiva has assisted us with a temporary rerouting of a pressure sensor line on the regulator set down at the water bath vaporizers. What was happening before is both vaporizer regulators were set at a set pressure, and during times of really cold weather or high demand, we were seeing a drop in system pressure. So what we've done is we've taken the first regulator and we've allowed it to see downstream pressure. So it now adjusts. It opens up if the downstream pressure starts to drop and closes if it gets too high. It's a temporary fix out there right now. We will be working with Kiva on a permanent rerouting of that line and also a potential additional set of regulators so that both water baths can function independently over the summer. And then lastly, just a quick update on powerhouse operations. I'd reported to the Operations and Capital Committee that we've had some warranty issues on the Volvos. I'm happy to report that Volvo number 4 and number 6, which both had a charge air cooler leak, those have been replaced on both of the units. They're up and running, and we also have a spare charge air cooler on the shelf in case we run into this problem with any other units. It's only about a half a day repair if the parts are in stock. We do have generator number 7, which is also a Volvo, down. It's going to require either an extensive engine tear down and repair or replacement. PowerSecure is working on a plan for that. It is made more difficult by the fact that that generator's in the far corner behind coolant and fuel lines underneath the common exhaust, but they have pledged to get that done as soon as they possibly can. That's the only generator that we have down right now, so our total plant capacity is 4.6 megawatts, and our highest load of the year was last weekend, and we saw 2.9 megawatts. So we have sufficient capacity and reserve. And that concludes my report, unless there's any questions.
Any questions from the board or audience? What else, Michael? Is that it for managers' reports?
That's it.
Committee reports, is there anything that needs to be said by any of the committees that haven't been said?
Operations and capital, I think it's all covered.
Just real briefly, planning committee, we had the Meadow Trail topic on our plate, and we received a communication from Judy Flynn last evening that made her displeasure with the proposal quite clear, which is good. And I think net of that, after mulling it on a little bit, a couple of questions. First off, she said we didn't present this at the president's meeting, but of
Not
course
true,
we did,
we
right?
did, yes.
Second, just out of curiosity, since we have a member of the KMA present, were you asked by Judy about the Meadow Trails topic by chance?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So she's speaking ex cathedra as if she has canvassed her own constituents, but perhaps that hasn't been done very much. I don't know, but I think it's a good idea that we should do that. And what I was going to suggest is that at the barbecue, that we put up a table and have the maps and be there and buttonhole people and explain the plan to them, and have an organized run at getting community feedback. Do you like the idea? Do you dislike it? Are there specific comments that you'd like to make? I think this would really allow us to start, getting some consensus building and perspectives that would be helpful to us as we think through what might be right here for the community.
If I may, I think that what we've talked about in the planning committee is, I think that's still the case. This is not intended to be a PUD project.
That's
It's not on PUD land. It was always intended to be sort of a cooperative project between KCA, Vail, KMPUD, and the homeowners associations. And that's been the intent. So the thrust of the correspondence from Judy, I think, implied that this was something KMPUD had been doing, which is not the case.
Well, very objectionable to cost.
Yeah, that was one item on our list. If you kind of look at it, What did she say? That it's flat out not needed in her view. That it's fundamentally not what she would like to have happen on the meadow. She's concerned about proximity to her property lines. She's concerned about increased risk of vandalism and use by of the trail by bicyclists and horsemen, probably vandals on horseback. So, there wasn't anything that she particularly liked about it. I think we pretty much sum it up.
Yeah. We're
Maybe
gonna send
in
a
the
letter
next
with-
newsletter, you could convey some
It's
of
like
it,
that, yeah.
project that, because that's all new to me.
It's a good idea. Newsletters is certainly.
Yeah, and see what kind of feedback you
Yeah.
get prior to the 4th of July, because it's kind of late
I agree.
Very
in the
true.
year by then.
Are we going to send a reply to the letter, just clarifying the misunderstandings that might exist?
So can we, well, were you asked your opinion, in KCA, about the trails? Or are you coming to
No, it's
conflict
all
with
new
that?
to me. It's the first I've heard of it.
So I think we should reply. Do you want to take the lead on that with the planning committee?
Absolutely.
And I don't think it should wait until June. I mean, do you have any objectives for doing any of this work this summer?
Demonstration trail was certainly something we could not doing on our own land behind the buildings. We could bring people over and show it to them and say, here's what we're thinking of doing. What do you think?
You know,
Yeah, I'd say ask for feedback sooner rather than later. We got a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah, we're how to best do that. It almost seems like, if we put up a little something on the website maybe that said, here's the concept, here's a drawing, here's sort of a concept statement.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
And ask for public comment, that would be blogged, so that other people could see comments. That might be
That's a good
an
idea.
interesting way to go at it, but I think the communications.
Yeah, we have legal restrictions on putting a blog up for public comment as a publication. But we can certainly post information.
yeah, and we could put it at the front of the newsletter, right? To say,
We
hey,
could
here's a
post
thing
Bob's
on.
phone number for the comment.
That's true. We could do that.
Or any comments on housing.
So that leaves general discussion number 11, unless there are any other committee reports that people want to talk about.
I have one general discussion. So I was surprised that Dave Riley was as discouraging about storage as he was, but I've spent years researching this, and I do think at some point it'll fit into our plan. And the reason why there's two reasons why I think it's important. The first is, if you look at our line capacity, we can, let's say, bring in 5 to 8 megawatts per hour, 24 hours a day. But we have no place to put it. So right now it's matched to demand. So having, let's say, 20 megawatt hours of storage gives us a huge amount of additional capacity to handle our peak demands without any changes to the lines. It also allows us to arbitrage and buy that stuff. Now, you can buy power. People will pay you to take power at night. Right? When there's surplus power, it's not as common now that it used to be. So there's a tremendous leverage factor that we can apply to it. The problem, of course, is the reliability and the price. But there's been, and if we look at the 20 megawatt hour range, there's a variety of demonstration plants. There's also grant money and there's subsidies and that going. So I think it should be in our thought process, and we should know sort of what we'd be looking for and what the net value is. And at some point when it looks attractive and the risk is manageable, I think it should be part. I think it's reasonable to be part of our future somewhere in, measured in years, not in weeks or months. So that's the point I wanted to make earlier. I didn't get a chance to do.
Bob, one question on that. Is one of the downsides on that is that you need room for the storage?
Certainly, that's.
Yeah, and with our dirt room, we might have that.
Yeah, so we could estimate, at what rate the density would need to drop to fit within it, whether it's indoors or outdoors is another question. Whether there's altitude issues or not. A lot of utilities have used it for improving reliability. No one's used it for arbitrage yet because it's too expensive. But it may make sense for us sooner than other utilities because of our situation.
park a whole bunch of breezes in that dirt room.
That's it.
Used car batteries would be another way around.
One other
Yeah.
item on, oh, sorry.
Oh, what Tesla said they were building that battery factory to do was fixed storage as well as increased.
Yeah, they're designing it for mobile storage, and we would obviously need stationary, so
Oh,
you hear.
they said stationary storage in the.
In the article, did they? Okay.
One other general discussion
I
item
guess that's
is,
for cars that aren't moving.
a number of people have expressed comments about how we distribute board documents, so we're moving to a box.com system. And so rather than 12 emails at various points the week before board and committee meetings with attachments, these should all be on your computer. And Michael, Rena, Jill, and Sandy McKay have all had it installed. And I'll be sending out an email to both the board and the finance committee finance committee team, just to try and beta test the thing before distributing it to all the other committees. And I'll give a real brief demo here on Michael's machine, which is the way you use it on a PC is there's something called a icon tray, and if you launch Box here, you have two options. One is to open a local folder, which in this case is KMPUD Shared Documents. And in that you'll have board meetings for 2014. And here is today's board meeting, which has all the stuff that's been sent out over the last week, including substation bids yesterday and this 2015 budget assumptions. So that's a local folder under favorites here. And in the Apple world, it shows up as a folder within something in your Finder called Box Sync. Bob Epstein has it installed. I don't think anybody else does. The other way you can access Box is on the internet, which is right there, actually. I think you just go to box.com, and this will probably be logged into Rena's account. Doesn't really matter. And what you'll see in a web format is the same sort of stuff, which is board meetings and then committee meetings. So finance committee here. Alan, since you'll be an early recipient of this, you'll probably see all the documents from 2014. So this eliminates a lot of attachments that people have to search through and puts it all in one place automatically. It's a much more modern system. The other two major cloud-based file sharing systems are Dropbox, which Howard Barnes has used, and Google Drive. Dropbox is probably inferior for our application because if you turn it on, you get all of Howard's attachments, and that's not a good thing. And number two, it's limited in terms of its free file sharing space. And Google Drive is probably not appropriate for us either because it's somewhat integrated with Google Apps, and we made the decision to go with Microsoft email, not Gmail. So if you have any questions on that, please let me know, and you'll probably get some emails and Box accounts in the next 48 hours.
So for everybody that wants to access the documents that we're describing there has to get the application, has to know how to use the application that you demoed here.
No, I hope not. I think what we're going to do for the foreseeable future is continue to send out Rena's emails, but if you don't want to, open the attachment and save it locally, you can use Box. If you do want to continue to do the business the way you previously had, you're free to ignore Box. It's your call.
Yes.
We'll just have a statement that says, attached, please find such and such. This has also been placed in the Box appropriate folder.
Yeah. And the one thing we negotiated with Michael and me is this will be for final documents, not drafts. So if Michael has an agenda that he wants Bob's comments on, he's going to send it to an email. Because Howard, I guess, used to use drafts, and that used to drive your staff nuts.
Well, it gets very voluminous.
And we didn't think that anybody, should have to see the drafts. So, for example, you'd see the final sausage, not the sausage being made. Anything else that you want to cover today? Perfect. We're done. Now we're late.
but we're going to be an hour early on the next one.
Okay, so what should we do? Take a 5-minute bathroom break or?
Not a rhetorical question.
This is the Public Facilities Corporation. This is a financing corporation, or that we set up, a nonprofit. And this is their administrative meeting.
So this is just,
This is junk. You can go, they have to stay. Thank you, Peter.
Exciting stuff, huh?
well, it's all very interesting. Learning the issues.
I'll send you a, we can get together next week and talk about the next steps.
If I go on the Meta, will I be accosted by members of your,
Let's do it.
I get told that I'm too close to their property.
Let's do something like that. Once you're back. I'll do some work on it and get some initial thoughts.
Yeah, after lots of comment on the propane, I'm sure it's a good information. Or something just expensive. Fill up the tank and I'll stay about
We'll get, I'll start work on the employee housing and also Eric's. I went over Eric's comments with him in detail, so I have to understand. So I'll start work on that, and then maybe you and I can get together when you get back.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Oh, okay, I will. Great, thanks for your help.
Okay. Yeah.
This will go extremely fast.
Whatever. Their meadow was great.
Though, I don't think the crowds are as big as I would anticipate. I thought today would be, and so did Casey, we both thought today would be like as big as, maybe not President's Day. The reason I was asking Brandy for load forecast is that not because I was interested, but also because they're not parking the lower lot. They've either done a really good job managing parking, or they're not getting the crowds.
So it's not, yeah, they were blasting.
So at 2.3, we're not getting the crowds.
2.3 is not a crowded day? Well, it's a good day, but it's not.
Yeah, we're not getting the crowds that we anticipated.
It's way, it's down from last week.
Yeah, do you feel that too?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So this isn't just because they're parking better, this is,
Well, there's less, yeah, they're parking is both.
it's about,
But I think everybody got their eyes out last week. Everybody at the same time.
right.
And then they were bummed out because they weren't in line for so long. This weekend.
That's your
Yeah.
club. This weekend.
Or they were turning away.
I don't think we turned anybody away last week.
No, I think Sierra.
I know Haslund was jammed.
So this is a very small point, but you go through, a bunch of.
Yeah, that's what I was asking Brandy with the load.
This way or that.
We were at 2.9 last week, we were only at 2.2, 2.3, we were peaking. This is a slower day.
Once it has to be flipped, you gotta do it. So if you just get it in there.
It's nice to have that, because before, we could tell by the parking lots, but you can't tell by water. There's no way to tell. You just have to wait till it. They did a nice job by making everybody park here.
Well, there are things that are not flipped.
Oh, the employees. Well, they've been doing that all year.
Now.
Oh, did they? Shoveling? They had 2 shuttle buses sitting out here at 6:30 a.m.
No.
And then they had a lady, a security lady, asking for work right at the top of the Loop Road here. And if you're an employee, she was
Well, I'm not sure, I don't know really what's more beneficial because. Oh, yeah.
I try almost every day.
As long as they don't have military people knocking on fire hydrants. Provide ultimately housing for many people.
She wasn't that one.
Or the connection fee, you also have a connection fee. You don't only have to provide housing for 12 or 14 people. It might be cheaper in the long run for the connection fee. Because, it's supposed to rain tomorrow. Trading money.
Is it tomorrow or tomorrow night? Tomorrow night. But you're right, I don't think tomorrow's going to be this busy. And then what do you think?
I mean, it might rain tomorrow.
Well, see, what claims that he has is
So tomorrow's not, and then
Agreement
kind
with
of
Vail
depends. If they don't get any fresh snow,
forecast the restricted transfers onto municipal roads.
Forecast is
With
supposed
no
to be
money
dry.
changing hands.
so if we don't get fresh snow,
This is a zero
you don't
cost
think we're
option
gonna
for
get another
all the
contract?
development he's ever gonna do in the valley. And he doesn't.
Because they
care
won't
if we
come for
charge
just what's
other
here.
developers
Yeah.
They look at all the
an in lieu
webcams.
fee, but he wants not to pay
I mean,
one
the
himself.
Sacramento
because he
station
says,
showed
I already
that-
built all this wonderful
They show
housing,
the
so I don't have to.
webcams.
pay.
Yeah, he built it for houses built for him.
Yeah, and he does all the development
So-
in the valley as
Get all
opposed to
the-
somebody
okay,
somebody
TV,
else
get
to
all
the
develop, but then we would end up getting zero. And that just makes no sense.
So people know, it's not like the old
It's
development or Timco, it's fine.
Phenomenal, spectacular conditions. So if we don't have a reason like fresh powder, I don't think we'll get another one.
No, that, I think that was our big,
That was it.
That was it.
It's all perception of what